And we're live. This is Julian Jean-Pierre from the Royal St.Lucian Seamoss Company, and welcome to another episode of Let's Talk About Seamoss. Oh, such a busy day, and still not over. I was actually supposed to start earlier today, and I was going to have a special guest, the guys from Cardinal Green, but I got tied up with work and I'm still not busy. You're going to have to watch me eat dinner a little bit right now because this is the first break that I've had to get about dinner. And so, yeah, I'm going to open up the clubhouse talk. Give me a minute to drop in the link if you want to join in as a guest. You're welcome to come in and talk live with me. And if you don't want to be on camera, you can find us on Clubhouse, and you can talk with us through the audio on Clubhouse, which can be sometimes a little bit more comfortable, more easier, especially if you're doing things you don't want to be worried about how you look on video with Julia friends. Let's see. Today, I'm just trying to do it tomorrow. What time is it? It's 9. Let's say 9:35. Host club. I also have a club on Clubhouse called the Seamoss Club, where you're even welcome to do your own Clubhouse lives using the group. As long as it's Seamoss related, it's okay. You know? Okay, all things related to Seamoss. Okay, start the room. Boom, done. Sorry about that little late start there. Where's my water? Oh, there it is. Yeah, you get a sip of water. Hi, Shan. Is that? I hope I. Oh, she's gone. Some of these people pop in the room quick and they're out. You know. Oh. So, what do you guys want to talk about Seamoss today? You know. Once again, I didn't really have anything planned to discuss. Although we always find interesting topics. That's how I find we find the most interesting topics. Really, is by just having random, like nothing programmed. You know what I mean? Just having it all sort of free flow and be random. Here comes my dog. Ew. What's up, Mason? You know you came down to say hi to me, right? Can't see my dog in the camera. He's there. I have an English Springer Spaniel. Well, it's not even my dog. I'm allergic to dogs, so you know what I mean. As much as I love the dog, I can't really be near them because they cause my asthma to flare up, which is not good. But you know, it is what it is. So, guys, anything you guys have any questions you want to ask about Seamoss? Talk about the Seamoss business. You guys want to see? I started recently doing some advertising on Google, and I'm totally open to showing you guys my Google account and just like how we've been getting ads. So let me know about that. I've noticed business even without the advertising has really started to pick up in just like the times leading up to Christmas, and I think a lot of it has to do with just people's and being motivated to like start new businesses, and you know what I mean, or people. There's a lot of guys I speak to that are kind of like, okay, this year I'm going to really scale it. You know what I mean? Like they've done it for a year now, and they've seen sort of like the returns or the results from the business in CMOS, and now they're ready to kind of like double down and get things going, right? Which is great, you know what I mean? And the beginning of the year is always a good time to do like a fresh start, you know what I mean? And really sort of like put new plans in, new ideas. I think that was one of the things that we were going to talk about tonight with the guys from Cardinal Green. Or at least I wanted to ask them is, how has their business grown over the years? What things have they changed, or what they do now that they didn't do in the beginning? You know, those kind of questions to kind of figure out, because no one starts the same, when they start the business. They are always changing. I always see business like running a business like operating a ship. You have your end goal and where you want to go, and you plot a course to get there. But all the time, weather conditions or um, physical physical conditions and stuff like that will cause you to go off course. And in your business, you have to be able to operate it in a way that, if you need to change course or you need to adjust your direction, you can do that and still be able to reach your end result, your end goal. You know what I mean? That's somewhat important. Well, I had a couple sales after earlier today. I haven't been watching the computer. I just checked in on my see, with Shopify, one of the cool things about it is it's got this feature you can see at a glance, like how many people visited your site, who's on your site now. It can also show like how much sales you did, whether they were new customers or old ones. And so I'm seeing a steady increase of new customers. I don't know if it's just because we've been doing new advertising or not, but I also think that there's a lot of people that are deciding to, do their New Year's resolution to be more healthy and everything like that. And CMOS is coming up as a regular item that you want to have in your sort of like new age diet, or you know what I mean, like as you change to be a more healthier CMOS is coming up as one of those items that can help in that journey. So I think it's how do I say it? It makes sense, or it's warranted that a lot of these businesses are deciding to scale at this point. It's a good time because, this is when there's a lot of customers or a lot of people sort of entering the market. And it really comes down to who's available to service those people as they enter into the CMOS space. And if you're available, you know what I mean, you can use that to your advantage and get new customers and grow your business. I'm just checking out my I'm gonna log into my Google AdWords, and I'm gonna show it to you guys quickly how I am advertising online using Google AdWords and the kind of results and the costs that I'm getting. Hey, Khaled, I don't know if you're the first in, but you're definitely the first one to write a comment. You know what I mean? Let me know if you have any questions. I was just planning to show everybody my Google AdWords account while I eat my dinner. I have a beautiful dinner today. I think it warrants a showing off. This is a salmon dinner, rice. My daughter made these. These are what do I call them? There's some kind of buns that you get at Red Lobster. They're biscuits, I think. Hey Maria, welcome.
Katie, how's your Sunday night going?
Good. Not bad. I mean, it's been busy, you know what I mean? But I'm just starting to eat dinner at 9:30, but no, it was productive. I had a really like I went to church today and the pastor had a really nice like message, told a story with it's from the book of Esther where he talks about Malachi um and this guy, I think Haman, and how Haman wanted to destroy Malachi, and God ended up working it so that it was Haman that got destroyed, and he was the one who had to bow down at Malachi's feet and all this kind of shit. So it was,
Uh,
yeah,
Malachi. Yeah,
yeah.
have you heard of, sorry, have you heard of Malachi York? I'm not sure if you were getting into anything or you're
Hmm?
kind of like feeling the groove, but have you heard of Malachi York?
Malachi who?
Malachi York.
No, who is that? Is it in the Bible?
No, that's why. Wow, I gotta look into that. I've been like I'm not religious, right? But
Hmm.
I have been wanting to study the Bible just because I see like a lot of truth in it, just like the Quran. So the fact that you just brought that up
Hmm.
is very
Interesting.
interesting.
Yeah, I think honestly, I think the Bible is a misunderstood book, and that
It
it,
is,
mhm,
yes,
and there is power in the word when you read it. I believe
right.
that it's structured, and the way that it's structured in the language and the way it's written, it's almost like it pushes you to think differently and look at how things are structured differently, and then it almost kind of like helps open to expand your mind, right? And everything in the Bible, all these stories, they're all lessons in life. It's almost like it's a manual on how to just be a better person. You know what I mean?
Honestly, yeah, exactly. Like that's why I tell people like I'm not religious, but the fact that like I like what these books are really just like it's so simple at the end of the day, really.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just
Exactly.
be a good person, you know.
That's it. You
Don't
know what I
be a
mean?
shitty neighbor.
And that's why I always understood why these guys are so like, oh, you don't, I don't read the Bible. What about? It's like, what is your problem? Like, what do you think that
Right.
the Bible mean? Like, if you're gonna sit there and listen to what the general media says, what the world is saying, and not
Yeah.
go on your own journey to figure out what it means for you,
Mhm.
you're missing out a lot on life. You know what I mean? Like,
Right. And see, I feel kind of grateful that with you, like you actually know the true meaning.
mhm,
Some other people like Christians or like Catholics, it's mainly the Catholics.
yeah.
They just read the Bible and just like that's it. You know, like whatever is written there, like that's it. They don't see like the actual like I can't explain it, but
No,
the actual like message behind it.
no, I know what you mean. It's almost like
Yeah,
they get caught up in all the policies and the procedures. You know what I mean? That they forget
yeah,
the message and the purpose
right.
and what you're trying to learn. Like most of the stuff is all it's all written in such a way that excuse me, it's all written in such a way that you almost got to want it to know the answers in order to find them. And it helps you on that, and like they're all done in parables.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's why I want to study it again.
And to be good at understanding parables is like important, especially when you want to create awareness, you know,
Yeah.
and to understand why things happen for the reason that they I don't know.
Yeah. So you guys are open now, eh? I know some other churches aren't.
We never closed.
Oh, awesome.
Never once did we ever close. And my pastor, like, well, he tries to kind of, he skirts the line, but to him, he's kind of like, look, because I kind of went to him and was like, yeah, what's up with this like exemption? I need a vaccine exemption. You know what I mean? Like for religious purposes. And he's like, oh, I think he said he took the vaccine, and he's like, I believe that in the Bible that if there's any poison, as a man of God, you're protected, and
which I do believe in a sense. You know what I mean? I'm just scared of needles. That's my issue with the vaccine. I just don't put drugs into my body, like just period. Like just as that's how I live my life. Like I don't take aspirin when I have a headache. I don't take pills. You know what I mean? For whatever ailments. You know what I mean? If I'm sick, I don't take needlecitrin really. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't. To me, I feel like those medications weaken you and your strength and how you deal with these illnesses that come your way. You know. So, what do you guys think about the Quran and Islam? I think it's great. I think that when it comes to God, every like religion is well. First of all, religion is man, right? God, I think, supersedes religion, and so it's like it's all different languages. Do you know what I mean? Because if you kind of look at them on the surface, they're all trying to say the same message. You know what I mean? And so I don't know. I think that I haven't read their Quran, so it's hard for me to really have an opinion about it. But I'll say this: I've worked with some guys that were Muslim, and these Syrian guys, and doing the rituals and stuff that they do for their service takes such dedication and consistency that to me it's like just following those like procedures changes you into a different person than those that don't. Do you know what I mean? And I think that those people would look at most of the people of the world and be kind of like, wow, like these guys are messed up. Because these guys, they pray like I think 3 or 4 times a day. They have to wash themselves before they pray. They
Exactly.
yeah, they do the fasting. And I'll never forget watching them fast in the summer. And these guys were like
Yeah.
dying. Yeah.
Seriously.
Yeah. So they were dying in the heat, wanting to take a drink, and they couldn't even swallow their own spit because it's against
Yeah.
their religion. That takes such
Yeah.
like strength and dedication to be consistent and firm with that. I respect anybody that can go a whole day without swallowing their own spit.
Yeah. Seriously.
You know what I mean? And if you could be that driven to do something, anything, you can apply that to anything you want and be that driven.
Yeah. I totally agree.
Hmm.
Yeah. Like I like religion as well. I mean, the main thing that I like about religion is that people like for people to stay sane, they look forward to all of that, right? And
Hmm.
like I realized that like jailbirds, right after they come out and they just like 100% truly want to do better and be better, they always like either be like Christian, well, Catholic,
Hmm.
or Christian or Catholic, or like Muslim. I find so it's kind of like whatever can really keep you going throughout the days. Do whatever.
Hmm. And that brings another thing is like, you know, people always complain about religion being something that, oh, it's controlling you and stuff like that. But what's so wrong with what they're doing? They're just trying to make you a better person. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like some of these people coming out of jail, they need the control. They need that savior. They need that
correct.
that
True.
structure, and to say you need to do,
Exactly.
yeah, like you need to like worship God. And I believe that there, when you go into a church, especially a church that I would consider like an alive church. Like my church is an alive church. They're singing, they're praising, they're worshiping. You know what I mean? There's something about the energy that's released by the collective people in the group that are onto the same sort of frequency. It's powerful. Do you know what I mean? And there's a lot of times when I feel the spirit coming into the room, like literally entering itself and saying, "I'm here," and just seeing the collective reaction of the people. Because part of my job in church, I run the social media department, so I do all the live streaming. So I run the cameras. Like I have a team of kids that I work with. And actually, I lie. I should stop saying it because I'm trying to get away from being in the media department. I was managing it. Now I'm trying to pass it on to the kids, right? And getting the kids to kind of manage themselves.
That'll be nice for you.
Yeah. Oh no, they're loving it. Like, because now all of a sudden they've given their this like sense of responsibility and stuff. Like, hey Janine, I just want to say what's up. But
Oh, happy born day, girl. That's the balloon. That's what it means.
oh, is that what it means? It's her birthday? Hey, hey. But just to finish what I was saying, right? Happy born day, Janine.
Hey y'all.
Hey.
So it's funny, it's actually not my birthday. It's a 1 year anniversary that I've been on Clubhouse.
Oh, is that so? Okay.
Oh. Oh,
I know
okay.
it's weird. I thought it was my birthday for a second too.
They always had you.
This clubhouse is getting better and better.
Yeah.
So much features. But shit, I just forgot what I was talking about. I know it had to do something with religion.
The camera, the social media stuff.
Oh yeah. So the kids are oh, that's the point I wanted to make, is that sometimes like people look at people and they're like, oh no, this guy can't handle this, he can't do this and stuff. And a lot of times these kids or these people are just waiting for the right opportunity to be put in a position where they feel like they have a sense of responsibility. You know what I mean? Like a lot of these kids want sort of like respect. They want to feel like they're important, and when we don't give them an opportunity to try and like have some responsibility, it's almost like you you cut them down in a sense. Do you know what I mean? And you demotivate them. And I think there's a lot of kids out there that like they could be great people, but just no one wants to give them a chance to show their greatness. So they just fuck around and just say, whatever, who cares? I'm not important. Like you got to make kids feel special in order for them to be special.
Yeah. No, I'm taking notes right now. Like he's still 3 years old, right? But I mean, oh my gosh, you have much more experience than me.
Yeah, I have 2 older teenage girls, and honestly, they turned out really, really good considering what they had faced with them in their lives. You know what I mean? Like things could have been a lot worse. Like now they're just at that point where there's one that's legal. She's 19, and then I have a younger one that's 17. And so now they're just getting into smoking pot and stuff. And I don't know. It's been like a little bit of a thing for me where I'm kind of like I don't want to come down hard as a parent and ban them, because for me, I've always smoked weed. Do you know what I mean? And I've never hid the fact that I smoke weed to my kids. So it's almost like for them to kind of come in and be smoking weed, I can't. Well, not to say I can't, but it's not easy to turn around and be like, well, don't do this and this and that. But what I've tried to do is show them the pitfalls of being too wrapped up in weed. Like, like it's good to smoke once in a while. Yeah, but don't let it rule your life and your control. You know what I mean? And so that's like the worst that they've done is smoke weed. And to me, it's kind of like, these kids could be addicted to heroin, meth, whatever. You know what I mean? It's almost like I don't want to push them away and have them go into an area where someone, you know what I mean, could influence them in the wrong way. So I don't know. It's a balance, and that's the thing I think you're going to learn as you grow up with your child. You have to create a balance with them where you're not too hard, but you're not too soft. And you got to kind of explain things so that they understand, because there's so much confusing shit in this world.
Yeah.
Mm. So, anyways, let's switch topics. I don't want to be talking about my kids and drugs. Oh, Janine left. I was going to ask her a question, but that's the one thing that can be sometimes like with this show. We talk about so much different stuff that it's kind of like, for some people they're just okay. When are you getting to the Seamoss? Well, what are we learning today about Seamoss? But
yeah, I know. Like I've been trying to like think of questions to ask too. That's why I kind of get off topic as well. But yeah, no. I am trying to get to like at least like the convenience stores to specific ones in specific areas. Like, I don't think my area. I'm not too sure about my area actually.
Mm.
Um,
What area are you in?
I'm by like Young and Eglinton,
Mm-hmm.
but a bit more south.
Okay.
So, like exactly where I am, there's a Hasty Market.
Mm-hmm.
And there's like other two convenience stores.
There's not much on that Young strip. Although there is a really good sushi place. I don't know if it's still there.
There's a few.
I'm trying to think what the name is. Oh man. It's
There's a lot.
yeah, it's the one. It's just north of Davisville. It's south of Eglinton, north of Davisville, and it's by the I think it's St. Louis Ribs or whatever that place is called.
Yeah, there's one over there. Oh, there's a sushi place and there's like a Thai place. There's the LCBO.
It's south of the LCBO. Oh no, wait. It might even be north of the LCBO because the LCBO is down by Davisville.
That makes sense. Exactly.
Mhm.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so you know my area.
Oh yeah, listen, I know Toronto really well. You know what I mean? I know
That's
everywhere.
good.
But and there's not a lot of shops in that sort of region. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Like you might want to try hitting maybe like Eglinton, either way, and see what kind of stores are there. But another thing is you just call the stores up. You know what I mean? Just hit them up and say, hey, I'd like to, you know, um, make an appointment and speak to someone to talk about my product. I think you might be interested in it.
Hey, what's happening, brother?
Hey, not much, Dale. Welcome and happy anniversary to Clubhouse. I see you got the balloon on there.
Hey, thank you. Yeah, it doesn't seem like a year already, but hey, well, here we are.
Yeah, time flies. You know what I mean? It flies really fast, especially this year. It went like a blur. You know, like it was slow but fast at the same time. If that makes sense.
Right, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
All that.
Yeah.
All of that.
So do you have any questions about Seam? I mean, we're just rambling, talking about anything. What was Did you have
Man,
it?
you know what? I don't. I actually I do. I'm trying to. You know, I think you've answered a lot of questions, man. You sent me some info like a while back, man. I've been really, you know, appreciate it, man. You know, the information and stuff, but
Yeah.
I really at this time I can't think of it. If I think anything, I'll chime in.
Yeah, no
for
problem.
sure.
Yeah, those links that I guess I sent you all the links to the research websites and stuff like that on Seamoss, right?
Yeah, man. Because I was having a time. I was trying to find out if you know fake versus real, and you know all that stuff, man. Everybody was on back then, man. But you know, it kind of helped me to realize, you know, what's going on with the whole thing, you know.
No,
And it just came a little in depth on the knowledge of the Seamoss, man. But
it definitely opens your eyes.
I had a Seamoss business, man. It's kind of slow right now. I haven't really been pushing it because I've been doing other things, man. So I've been, you know, just kind of experimenting with it, like making gummy bears and stuff with it, man. But have you tried that, man? Like the gummy thing, man?
No, I have not. Although I think it's a good product for people to make. I think for now, for the most part, I'm going to try and stick to just what I do best, and that is just get good quality premium sea moss into North America and ship it around. And I might dabble a little bit in the powder, but I'm thinking about wanting to create examples to show other people, and so I'm going to start like trying to find several people that are good at making gummies, and then start selling their gummies on our website. Like, there's nothing to stop us from selling other people's products, right?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
So why don't I, and I think that it's important for us as the space grows, this industry, especially in sort of like I don't know, I want to say the black, but maybe the urban or the sort of the home-based businesses. We need to start kind of collaborating and working together so that we can grow our business together. Because Ricky said it before on other talks here. It's only a matter of time before these big conglomerate companies come in, and
Exactly. That's a great point.
and they're going to come in and have these gummies so low that everybody is going to be selling like everybody's going to be selling the same gummy because it won't make sense making your own gummy. You know what I mean? Because you won't
I'm
be
just
able.
gonna interrupt you 1 second. And like, what if that ever happens and like the buyers have already gotten a hold of like their product?
Mhm.
That's it. Like they're just gonna keep continuing to like go to them, you know? So,
Yeah, they're either going to go to their product like as a cheap product, but what I see happening is there's companies in like on Alibaba or AliExpress, and if you watch some of these companies that are selling, you'll see it because they all have the same gummy, they all have the same like labeling style and everything. And so what I suspect that they're doing is they're going to a place like Alibaba or whatever, and they're getting the gummies made in bulk, which is nothing wrong with it, right? They're probably good gummies. Like I've never tried the gummies to say that they're bad gummies. Why I see it as a negative is because you're pushing the business and the power to all these conglomerates who are then going to be selling us products when we should be really working within our own community to sort of push all of us up. So in some ways, it's like we need to give the opportunity for a local gummy guy, in our community or in our culture, to kind of rise up and be the gummy man, than to go out and try and get to this other gummy, you know what I mean, because they're cheap. And so a lot of people, I think, want to do these kind of things, but there's concern about whether or not it's going to work or not, or how it's going to be perceived or taken. And so I find the best way to get people into something is to just do it, and do it to a certain point where people will watch you do it and say, "Fuck it, let's do it with him." You know what I mean? If like if I do it and I'm okay doing it, then it's gonna give permission for other people to do it, which is what I want.
Word.
Yeah. Sorry, I know I went on a little bit of a rant there, but yeah, so that's what I'm going to start trying, and I've been wanting to do it for last year. Actually, like put other people's products. I just got tied up with stuff, so I'm not going to be so much making the stuff, but supporting the people that are making it. Because our position, I feel, in the marketplace is to be the supplier of the people that are making these products, and so unless I'm making a product that I'm going to sell to the same people that they can use to sell it, it's almost like I feel like I'm not doing it. I'm doing like a disservice to the people that are keeping me in business. And it's something that I've come to a realization lately is like I need to kind of stay in my lane. You know what I mean? Do what I do good, what I'm better at, and support all the other people to make their products. Because how would you feel if you were buying Seamoss off me and you saw that I was making a gummy and I was pricing the gummy in a way that it was competitive with your gummy? Would you continue buying Seamoss
Yeah,
off me? You know what I mean?
yeah, I get you on that.
Yeah, and that's that like one of the things that I try not to do in business. I was a long time ago. I had a computer store, where I was working in a computer store. I used to work for Apple Store, and I'll never forget the guy, the owner of the company. He literally closed down the company. And when he made the decision to close down the company, I was like, "Why are you doing this?" And he's like, "Well, Apple's getting into this." At the time, was Apple was getting into their own stores. And he's like, hell no, am I going to operate a business where my supplier is my competitor? I'll never win. He's like, they will always outsell me, and they're going to take so much business away from me. I might as well just close my business now and focus on something else. Do you know what I mean? And so it made me realize that that's what people think. Do you know what I mean? That's what people see. So whether I'm doing it or not, I have to be mindful of these kind of actions that I take that make my customers think that way. Because the truth is, you don't know if the guy's Apple's gonna take business away from you. You don't know any of that shit, but you believe that, and that's almost as dangerous as it actually happening. Like belief is very powerful. People like make crazy decisions on a belief. Do you know what I mean? Which is literally just a thought in their head. There's no proof. There's no backing. There's no. You know what I mean? Like
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
So yeah, so that's been my thought lately. Is kind of like, you know what I mean, stick to the business where you're in the position to support all these other businesses, because that's what I think I do best. You know.
Have you
Yeah, I love
been,
that, man.
Yeah. What were you gonna say, Maria?
sorry about that.
That's it.
Have you been like looking around for like volunteers to kind of like help you out in terms of like the websites and everything? You were saying?
Oh, volunteers for that association that I'm thinking about putting together.
Yeah.
Yes. In fact, in order to make it work, I think there needs to be some kind of like board of directors. You know what I mean? Like an
Oh
organ.
yeah.
Yeah, it needs to be like almost like an independent organization. And Dale, just to give you a little bit of a background of what we're kind of talking about, I've come up with this idea of wanting to put together like a CMOS buyers association, and the buyers association would act as this entity that would be there to support companies in that CMOS space that are looking to grow. So, you know, if you needed a graphic artist, we'd have like an in-house graphic artist that would be, you know, covered by the price of your membership, where you can go to him and go to them and just say, hey, I need new labels designed, and they'll know how to design your labels because they operate. That's all they do is CMOS stuff. You know what I mean? So they know, they have all the graphics that you need. They can source all that kind of stuff or whatever, because we're just their accountant. That's all you know what I mean? Like, we hired them to do that. There's also like lawyers,
Definitely.
and you know, I can go and get a deal with, like, say, an advertiser. Like, there's a few of these I gotta look up the name of the one I'm talking to, but there's all these marketing companies where they'll manage your ads. They'll create your ads, and they'll you know, manage your ad spend, and your Google, like, and your Facebook manager, ad manager, and stuff like that. And I think it's important, if you can get it affordable, to have people manage that stuff so that you're free to do other tasks, or even like, you can watch what they're doing and learn from them, so you understand how the marketing works in your business. You know what I mean? So you create this organization that supports all this stuff. And so I'm at the point where I'm taking it from the idea and trying to develop in the reality. And so Maria was asking if I was going to get volunteers, and I think that it's going to grow to the point where it has to have like a board of directors or a group of people, you know, besides myself, that are sort of creating the policies and the rules for which everybody, all the rest of the membership, has to kind of abide by. So yeah, I to answer your question, yes, Maria. And then I think, as I plan the idea, I want to consult a lot of people to get their input, because I can come up with an organization that I think is good and it works for everybody. But what I think, you know what I mean, is what I think. It may not, you know, work for, like, it's better just to get everybody's input and make something that's for everybody than to try and guess what everybody wants. Right. So that's where we're at.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Kind of like a supermarket, man. It's just, you know, a little bit of everything,
Hmm.
all in one spot.
Yeah.
All in one spot. I like that, man. I love that.
Well, and so that's one of the things too that I hope will happen with the organization, is that there'll be like approved vendors, where all these other organizations, if they want a gummy guy, or they want you know, they want to source wholesale powder, they could just go to the, you know what I mean, the organization will have like a trade directory of all the people that are in there and what they're selling, and we work with each other to buy products from each other. You know what I mean? Like, one of the things I'm talking about now, I'm talking to Ricky Ray from Gold Seamoss, is to, you know, get him to send me powder and have me sell his powder on the Seamoss instead, on the website, you know, the freeze dried, and instead of having me make my own powder. You know what I mean? And then I want to do it with a couple other people. Like, there's a guy, Kirby from Vegan Fiber. I'd like to put his capsules on there, because even his capsules are different than Ricky's capsules, because his got different blends and formulations, you know. And then imagine you go to the organization and you can almost create your own store without having to buy anything, because you know eventually what's going to get to the point is these approved vendors will almost be like they can turn into drop shippers. And so that to me would be almost like a really cool environment where you, Dale, the guy that owns wants to get into the Seamoss business, you start the Seamoss business, but you don't buy any Seamoss, you don't carry any Seamoss. You just go and talk to people about Seamoss and then point them to your website, which they place an order, and then someone else handles everything else. Do you know what I mean? Like that to me would be cool. Like the amount of business people could probably do if all they had to do was focus on getting business and not all the logistics behind the business.
Yeah, a lot of that's a few. I don't want to say a lot, but that's a few people's situation. They really do not want to do that type of legwork. Like they're already doing a 9 to 5,
Mm-hmm.
and they're at home with the kids and stuff like that. So
No, I don't. To me, I always tell people when they say I want to get into it, make sure you like it, because
yeah,
on Sunday nights, you know what I mean, when you got kids to go to school in the morning, you don't want to be up. You know, if you're not like if you don't like making gel, you're not going to be happy to have to do it until like 2 in the morning on a Sunday before. You know what I mean? Like there's times where I have to do shit that I don't want to do and I don't feel like doing it. You know what I mean? But because I love the business so much and I have such a passion for the CMOS that I push through all the shitty parts. You know? This is probably one of my favorite parts about the industry, like about what I'm doing with CMOS, is this like communication part and connection and networking with other like-minded people in the space and hearing what they're doing and what's going on and just watching. I'm like a people person, or like I'm like a watch us. Like I like watching people's behaviors. You know what I mean? And so to watch and try to understand this market, it's really interesting. You know.
yeah, because
Mhm.
you pretty much started when before it got really. I don't want to say saturated, but before, because in Canada especially, right? Hold on, when did you start distributing in America? Like I mean, sorry, when you have the location in Atlanta?
So I think our first sale was like June 30th or 29th of 2020. So we came up with
Okay.
the idea in May, and then by June we had the website up and the business, and yeah, I think that's yeah. I met Ashton around May or just maybe just before May, late April. And originally I was just buying CMOS for myself, and then that was when like I got to know him and saw the type of person he is and stuff, and I was like, I you know let's be in business together, because I always knew I was going to come to St. Lucia and meet someone, and then that's someone I was going to do business with, and I was going to be like how I was going to set the business up in a certain way where they benefited more from it than I would. You know what I mean? And so when I met him, I was like, this is the guy. Like, fuck, we'll do everything. And I have a deal with him pretty much. Just like an unwritten deal that, like, anything I do down there, you know what I mean? We split it 50-50. Because for the most part, whatever I do, whether it's real estate or CMOS or any other business down there, I won't be able to make it happen without him. And so even if he's not on the project, I'm still giving him a piece. He's gonna touch everything I touch. That's I
Yeah,
always
that's pretty
yeah.
solid.
I tell him we're
Yeah,
one. What?
yeah. Honestly, that's actually why. Like before I ordered from you,
Uh,
I was like looking through your social media. You know, I was looking at your lives, your videos, and I'm like, huh, like this guy is actually like pretty transparent about like everything, you
mm-hmm.
know. And I think I was asking you questions as well. Like I think one time I asked you if it's organic, and then you replied back to something that like, because sometimes I ask questions and like I already like know the answer to, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I just wanted to know since I'm like getting it from you, right?
Mm-hmm.
I asked you if it's organic, and then you're just like, every Seamoss is organic. You remember that, right?
Yeah. No, and even when you
And
brought up the
believe
question,
me,
I
a
knew
lot
what
of people will not be like transparent about that. So it's kind of like the little things. So that's why I gave you like those like small gifts, you
Mm-hmm.
know?
You know what, too? I would always laugh at guys where they're like, "Oh, my Seamoss is certified organic." I'm like,
Yeah,
"What?"
Oh yeah, they get people with that all the time, man.
right.
Crazy.
Yeah, which we could understand, right? But I mean, like for someone to tell you that every Seamoss is organic, then
Yeah.
that's how you know that like they know their stuff and that they wouldn't really like go around like they wouldn't.
They're not gonna
They'll
fool
tell
you
you
up with
what it
shit,
is.
a bunch of shit. Like saying your Seamoss is kosher. The fuck?
It's halal.
Yeah, like it's all actually. In order for it to be halal, you have to have
The certificate, right?
you have to have it blessed, like by
Yeah.
like it's a pretty serious thing. Because I remember when I was a kid, I grew up in the beaches where like all kids were rich. So I had a friend whose dad had a manufacturing company, and what they did was they manufactured halal chicken, and this was in like the '90s before halal really sort of like, you know what I mean, kind of like became
Okay.
mainstream where you could buy it in the stores and stuff. And
Yeah.
yeah, and I'll never forget he had this big like issue where he was in like a lot of trouble because the chickens they were going down a conveyor belt and they ran through some water, and the water was supposed to shock the chickens and stun them. And so when they were in the stun state, the rabbi is supposed to pray over them, or the Muslim priest or whatever you would call them, right? He's supposed to pray over them, and it becomes halal, right? What was happening was the chickens were dying when they got the electric shock, and so because the chickens were dead before they got preyed on, it wasn't official certified halal, and so a lot of people were flipping out because he was selling like dead, like unblessed chicken, basically.
That's terrible.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
terrible.
Just
Yeah,
made me.
that's so like did he have his own butcher? Like was it at a butcher or
It was like a
where?
big, like a meat packing company. So imagine like Maple
Oh,
Leaf,
okay.
but what they did was they specialized in making halal chicken. Probably for like Indian red. Like there's probably a big halal market before people knew about it, but you had to be into halal chicken in order to find. You know what I'm saying? Like if I'm not looking for halal chicken, I won't know it even exists. So.
That's so wrong. Yeah, honestly, like if I ever do eat meat, like I always make sure it's halal, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't even like when I used to buy meat, when I was like transitioning,
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't buy it at the actual grocery stores. I would actually go to like the butcher, the halal butcher spots. Like the one there's a really big one on Jade and Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
That's a really good spot. It's I think Turkish
Yeah.
or Afghani, one of those.
You want to be careful with a lot of those supermarket places because they're all
Exactly.
profit driven, right? And they'll
Exactly.
put a product out there that might be 50-50. You know what I mean? And
Right.
just be like, "Oh, you know what? If it sells, it sells." You know, that's crazy.
Yeah. I asked my company, the one for the conscious Christmas. No, sorry, for the bladder rack. I'm like, why isn't it halal? Right? Because
Hmm?
it's kosher, but it's not halal. And then they're just like, they pretty much just don't want to pay for the. Is it the certificate?
Well, you got to have a rabbi pray over it, or not a rabbi, but like a priest. In order for it to be halal, they have to do like a ceremony over it to bless the food. That's what makes it halal. As far as I know, that's the only thing that really makes it halal is the fact that it was blessed before they
Yeah.
um
Yeah. The
before they
seaweed.
packed it and stuff. So that's like, to me, it's like, okay, like halal, I can understand you making your sea moss because it has to be blessed. But to say like it's organic, or to say it's kosher and stuff. I don't know. Maybe there is a procedure with kosher. Keep it kosher, but CMOS is CMOS, man. Like I don't understand why one would like be like, oh well, this is not organic. I'm not having this.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah. So, anyways, so let's switch topics. So, Dale, tell me, what's your plans? Because I think we started talking about it, but we got switched on it. But what are your plans for business this year? Like you said, you've been starting the business last year. Are you planning to grow? Are you gonna stay? Just keep it moving.
Yeah, man. I'm just gonna keep it moving, man. I have so many other irons in the fire, man. CMOS is one of them, health and just in general. But I've always been in the CMOS for years, man.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna make that. I have it. Actually, I have my brand selling out of a couple of coffee shops locally, and so it's just getting people really aware of what it is. Because
Mm-hmm.
where I'm at in Kansas, man, it's no. I mean, there's a couple other people selling it now, but you know. I, some people, it's weird because some people sell it just to make a dollar, man, and you can tell in the quality of the stuff. They're just kind of just, putting stuff together like the fruit. Nothing against anybody's products, but like one thing I know about fruit, like if you're mixing fruit with sea moss, like once you cut a mango, like it's only gonna be good for a day.
Mm-hmm.
So if someone's putting mangoes in their sea moss and like how good is it going to be? How long is it going to stay fresh?
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people don't know that, man. And so, yeah, man, I've had a lot of friends say, "Man, I got this fruit sea moss, man, and it was like it smelled really weird, man. Like it was mold, like it was." Not any good, but I still ate it because I didn't know what it was. I didn't know if that's how it's supposed to be. And some people say they got sick, man.
Mm-hmm.
So
And that's not
stuff
good.
like that, man. That's why I kind of gravitated to your knowledge, man, because I knew I saw that you were really passionate about it, man. And
Thank you.
Man. So anyway, to answer your question, I'm just gonna keep it rolling. Like I said, I'm gonna do the gummies thing, man, and just kind of just keep I mix like single herbs with it, like moringa.
Moringa is
like,
amazing.
for one, and then there's a ginger and turmeric one I do, and I just keep them really basic, man.
Mm-hmm.
But I would love to get some of this I keep hearing about the Connor's Crispus. I don't know what your thoughts are on it, man. But
Limited.
I've tried it myself, and I didn't really notice a difference. But
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what your thoughts are on that, man.
My thoughts are kind of limited because and I'm sorry, Maria, to say this, I still have not made that Connor's Christmas. Maria gave me Connor's Christmas like over a year ago, and I haven't made it yet. And it sits there and it just looks at me all the time on my in the warehouse. I have it there on the table, and it's like, when are you gonna make me? When? Stop being a hater. Try it. But so I have never tried it to say it, but like with you, Maria, you tried it and you swear by it and you kind of like it better than the Garcilaria that most people are taking, right?
It depends on what I'm doing. Honestly, the gracilaria or the how do you pronounce it? Ikema?
Eukitima, I think.
Eukimina?
Yeah, Eukitima cotton tea.
Oh, okay. Yeah, those are like the two popular ones, right? So the gracilaria and all that and all those that type of species.
Mm-hmm.
I usually use those when I'm detoxing. Okay, that's when I first started taking, right? Like I started Conjures Crispus last year, right? So when I first, which was like 4 years ago, when I was like constantly taking it, I used to smoke a lot, right? And like I just ate everything before, so I had a lot of mucus, right? And sometimes my sinus would act up as well. So when I was constantly taking it for a month, right? I find that like literally I wouldn't have to spit to like get my mucus out, right? It was to a point where like even my son would copy me. Like he would spit, that's how much like how much times I would spit, Anyways, so I find that the chondrous, the gracilaria, that type of species, is awesome for detoxifying purposes. And for the chondrous, it's just more for like the nutrients. Like I personally do believe that it does have more nutrients than the gracilaria and those species. So when I'm not detoxing, I do take the chondrous. So it really depends on you, but people love it equally. Like when I first started chondrous, I didn't notice anything different as well. And what I've noticed with buyers, because I always ask them, right, is that like what like did you feel any difference? And usually women do not feel like anything. It's usually men that notice the benefits right away with the chondrous. Yeah, that's what I've been noticing so far with the chondrous. So I do see why you said that you don't see a difference. But I feel a little bit more what's that word? I do feel the nutrients though with the chondrous. So.
Well, I have a question with the chondrous. The batch that I got, I don't know, is there a different preparation? Because I prepared it just like I do with my Garcilaria. And man, it was like the consistency was different. And I have a pretty good blender, man, but it was like big chunks of it in there still. Like no matter how much I blended it, it didn't really get that to that gelatinous state like the other one. I don't know. Is it like
Exactly. That's why I had to buy a Vitamix, and that didn't even solve the issue. It kind of did because it heats up. So you have to put less water, and also while you're soaking it, do warm water just to kind of bring out the gel, because its environment is in cold water. So it's like when you blend it, it's gonna be really runny and it's not gonna blend properly. So try it out. Try it out with the warm water and with less water, and then it'll be so much better. I'm pretty sure.
Got you. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I have to get around to trying the Congress Christmas. Hey Shan, let me know if you have any questions. I gave you an invite if you want to come in and join in the group conversation about Seamoss and stuff.
Hey. Hi, I'm just here. Yes, I'm just here listening. I sell Seamoss also in my state.
Cool. What state are you in?
I'm in Michigan.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I'm Saginaw, Michigan. I order my Seamoss from you too sometimes.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, yeah, you're welcome to sit in and listen. If you want to jump in and give your 2 cents at any time, you're more than welcome to.
Okay. Thank you. Yes.
I always like to make sure I give other people an opportunity to speak and talk and stuff like that and answer questions, because I don't want this to be somewhat of like I come in here and I talk and I teach everybody or I tell everybody how CMOS is supposed to be. Everybody has a difference of an opinion, and I've always wanted these shows, these live streams, to be where people are comfortable talking and sharing ideas of what they think about this CMOS is, or what they think it should be, or you know what I mean? Because it's I'm not the end all and be all on CMOS, nor am I trying to be. You know what I mean? And I think there's stuff that that I don't know about CMOS that other people know. You know what I mean? And so it's like each one teach one. We're all here to learn. You know. So that's another reason. Sorry.
I really enjoy your lives, though. I actually really learn a lot from everybody.
Yeah. I've actually been thinking about going back over some of these live streams and editing certain bits and trying to get like clips, because there's a lot of good nuggets through the show, but if you don't watch the show, or you don't like in its entirety, or you're not there while you're doing the show, you miss a lot of stuff. because it's all peppered into random conversation. Like there's times where we're talking about stuff that has nothing to do with CMOS. You know what I mean? And you're just like, oh god, this. You know, like I'm sure there are points where people get bored of watching us. You know.
Yeah, no, for sure. For like what, 4 or 5 hours?
Yeah. But I'm getting to the point where I'm looking forward to Sundays and Wednesdays to do these. Like even when I'm tired, I'm just like, oh, okay, I'll just take a nap. But because I know I'm going to be up till like 2 in the morning, and
Right.
yeah, so I really enjoy doing these, and they're fun. They're interesting. You know what I mean? It's like I get to hang out with my CMOS gang
Yeah,
for a
sure,
few hours,
sure.
and yeah, and just shoot the shit. You know.
So the St. Lucia, do you guys have any type of like other seaweed? Like you guys have bladderwrack?
So yes and no. I have not seen any. I don't know of any. I've asked people and they've told me no, but I've heard people say that it's kind of like you got to know where the spots are, and I think those that know where the spots are aren't telling those other people.
Yeah, it's on a hush.
Yeah, and I
That's
don't
good,
think.
actually.
Yeah,
That's
yeah, and I don't think it's at that level where they could like do it commercially sustainably, if that makes
exactly.
sense. You know what I
For
mean?
sure.
Yeah, and so that's something I definitely want to be considerate of if I'm going to start supplying a business. I don't want to be associated with a practice that you know um, destroys or damages environments. You know what I mean? I'm
Yeah,
really mindful about how we're affecting the ocean and stuff like that because the sea moss is it's there for a reason, you know.
exactly.
And if we start taking too much of it, it's going to upset what's there, and that's one of the biggest problems that we have as man is that we're always coming in and fucking things up for our own benefit, you know.
Yeah, it's like what's happening with the fish. There's like a decline now.
Yeah. Well, you see how they farm fish, or they're not farm fish, but how they capture fish in the ocean. It's like
With all that plastic too.
yeah, like they just grab one giant net and then they just, you know what I mean? Whatever gets in the net that, you know, and there's a whole bunch of shit that they don't want that just dies like indiscriminately. Like that's not cool. You know what I mean? We don't need to do our like I don't know. There's always a better way. Like you know what I mean? Like I for me, I'd rather pay a few bucks more for the seafood and know that it was caught in a friendlier way than in a way that was damaging the environment. You know. So
Yeah, it's like happening everywhere now with the Seamoss.
yeah, the sea moss is you know, and that's like sort of one of my concerns when they talk about the wildcrafted and the thing. It's like, you know, guys, if we all had wildcrafted sea moss, it would devastate the ocean because like the stocks would be all depleted, and you know, um, the environment would just be all like messed up, and
Because that's the most the ocean like the sea life is like the most important. Like out of like the trees and stuff like that. Like the ocean life is really like number one. Really deep theory.
sorry, say that again. You kind of trailed off.
Oh, I was just saying, what did I say? Sorry, I just lost my thought. The sea life is like really really important. Like maybe probably more important than like the trees and stuff. You know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is. It's like yeah, like imagine we clear cut a whole province or something. That's what it's like taking all that sea moss from the wild. Now, mind you, since they had the volcano eruption in St. Vincent, there's a lot of people in St. Lucia, a lot of farmers that have said that the sea moss has been giving up a lot of wild sea moss, and so for the most part, most of them are not. They're not cultivating in their farms. Yeah, and actually, there's a lot of people that are walking away from the Seamoss business, which
In
is,
that area.
huh?
In that area.
And just well, in St. Lucia in general. I've spoken to
Okay.
some farmers that have told me that people have decided to get out of, because last year, when it was sort of like at the height of the
Mhm.
this trend or whatever, like when everybody was kind of like freaking out about CMOS, there wasn't a
Yeah.
lot of supply in St. Lucia, and so many people got into CMOS and they went crazy, and some of them just went buck wild. You know what I mean? Building massive farms and stuff, and since then the price, because of the way I guess they do business and everything like that, it's pushed the price down so low that there's a lot of farmers that have decided that it's not as lucrative before. Like we're talking, the price of CMOS has gone down. Like the local price has dropped by like maybe 60%, 70%.
Holy crap.
Yeah, that's fucking a lot. That's why
Yeah.
you that's why you'll see me on some of these live streams where I'm kind of freaking out on people saying, stop trying to, break down these farmers, stop trying to get the cheapest
Yeah.
price. Because honestly, like they're not really saving that much. Like unless you're moving 10,000 pounds a month, like that $1-2 is minuscule. It's a few $100. You can make that.
Yeah.
You can make that by selling a few more products. Like don't look at always the cost, like cutting the cost. You know what I mean? It's what you have at the end of the day. You know what I mean? And so, for example, like you could have a good sea moss that's $10 a pound. I could have better sea moss that is like say $14 a pound, right? And because, or sorry, that I paid $14 a pound, right? We're both selling it for say $20, right? You're making $10 off each pound. I'm making let's say $6 off each pound, right? But because my sea moss is perceived a better quality and more people like it, I sell twice as much sea moss as you do, because my sea moss, when people look at it, it just sells itself. They just buy it. Boom. When
Yeah.
you add in that number, it's like I'm making more money from, like, even though it looks like it's less on paper, because my sea moss is better and I'm able to sell it better. It's like I'm making more money because my sales are higher. And that's something that people, like, I see a lot of people not factoring into their sort of business model, is they're so worried about the cost and how low they're paying for the price, that they're not realizing the quality. Now mind you, if you can get the same quality for, or better quality for a lesser price, it might be worth something to look into. But I see a lot of people just like ready to jump ship and go from one supplier to the next over a dollar, and
Yeah.
they're buying maybe 100 pounds, 200 pounds. So it's like you're saving $200. Like really, like sells. That's not, to me. It's like that $200 profit is not worth the relationship that you could probably have with that person by doing regular business with them and paying them what they're happy to get paid for. You know what I mean? Because I think that's why some people are getting burnt in the industry. Some people are getting burnt and they don't even realize it, and it's because they've pushed the price down so low that these people selling it have no choice. I don't want to say farmers, but just people selling it, they have no choice but they have to cut corners to make a profit. Do you know
Yeah.
what I mean?
Unfortunately.
Yeah, like that. That's one thing I've always said to people in business is you can only cut so much before you start cutting into the product.
Yeah.
You know.
Right.
Hey, what's up, Yusuf? What's going on? I got my whole CMOS gang here. The only person missing is Kevin.
Yeah.
I actually pulled up some old Instagram live streams with us all on it on the Foursquare. Oh, he's gone. Maybe he'll come back.
What's Foursquare again?
No, I said Foursquare, as in there was 4 squares of us.
Oh, okay. Because I know
There's
what
like
do
a
you call it?
website or something called Foursquare. Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
I think they do Foursquare. They do like websites, like you can build websites on them.
Yeah. Exactly. Yes. Yes. Yes.
They're like a
The
wick.
reason why I forgot because not a lot of people use Foursquare.
Yeah. It's like Wix.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right.
I'm real negative on Wix. I'm not a big fan of them.
Yeah, me too. I shut down my Shopify for a couple of months just because it was a bit slow
Uh-huh.
for a while, and I just knew that it was gonna be like slow. And I tried Wix. I'm like, frig, I'm not doing this.
Yeah.
I'm not doing this.
Yo, I have a question, man.
Yeah.
Just hit me. So, the Seamoss, when you rehydrate Seamoss, say, I had an idea last year, man.
Because it was a bit slow.
I did a lot of biking and stuff, man. So what I would do is fill my water bottle up with, like, I would cut off a piece of those Seamoss and just leave it in the water, and then like drink the water, like kind of like Seamoss, and leave the piece of Seamoss in there, and then refill it with some more water and just let it sit overnight. And it's like repeat that every day. And I don't know, I did it for a couple of days, but I was like, man, does this stuff, if I was to leave this in, would it just start growing? It would start growing into like more Seamoss, you know? Is that how it works, man?
That's a good question. I don't know, right? Because it needs like ocean water to survive. Do you know what I mean? So are you saying that it was growing when you had it in the water, or did it just stay the same?
It stayed the same, man, but it never went bad. Like, the water always tasted good, and it kind of gave me like a boost, man. It was like, you know, I would bike fasted, man, and I would just drink this water. Like, it was a big when I was staying up, man. And I did it for like maybe 4 days straight with just one piece of Seamoss in there, man.
Yeah.
And one thing I understand is that, you know, you can't just leave it stagnant in stagnant water. And that's where the problem is. So every day I would, you know, change out the water because I would drink it all up, you know. But and I was like, I wonder if I left this in here, would it just continue growing or something, you know?
Yeah. One guy said that to me that he had it in the pool. He had it in an aquarium tank, and it was growing in the aquarium tank. Now, my experience and knowledge about Seamoss is kind of like, I don't know how that's possible. One, because unless you're putting in like the fresh water kills it, right? Now, some fresh water is good for it because it comes in with nitrates and stuff like that coming from the river and stuff. But too much of the fresh water will lower the I'm not going to pronounce it right, but the saltinity or whatever, like the level of salts in of dissolved salts in the water. There needs to be a certain level of dissolved salts in order for it to grow and survive. And yeah, and so yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've never done it, so I can't say like this doesn't work. But my belief is that like those are the things that come to my mind when I question will it grow. It's just knowing that fresh water, too much fresh water is not good for it, and you know where it needs a certain amount of salt in the water. So who knows? Maybe if you put enough salt in the water, it might survive. I don't know, but that would be a good experiment. You know, but I do.
No,
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was saying it was spring water, so I understand spring water has a certain level of salt in it, natural, you know, salt in it. So I don't know.
What about the Seamoss salt that it naturally comes with?
Yeah, you could add some of the Seamoss salt to the water. That would probably add some saltinity to it. Yeah.
Interesting. So I was like, that would be pretty cool, man, to sell like glasses with this stuff in it and just be like, yo, fill it up with your water, you know, and have Seamoss water every day, you know. I don't know. It was just kind of a thing I did.
Well, I do believe that you taking the Seamoss and soaking it in water and say replacing the water like you did, like the Seamoss, like as it soaks in the water, it dissolves part of it into the water. So that's probably what you were getting was kind of like the dissolved Seamoss from its soaking, and you know what I mean. That would be pretty cool to try, like to make kind of like a Seamoss water, or even like a Seamoss kind of tincture. That's something I started seeing some people coming out with lately, is Seamoss tinctures.
Yeah, I've seen that too.
I feel like
Huh?
I feel like it's better. I feel like that's kind of like doing too much. That's my own opinion. I could be totally wrong, right? But I totally feel like that's just doing a little bit too much, and that maybe it's like that's why Asian people they eat it raw. Well, not raw, but after like you soak it, or if it's like freshly out of the
The water.
ocean. Yeah.
Mm.
So I don't know. I might try it maybe just for fun. But
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think I'd be. I'd rather just do it in gel, really.
Mm-hmm.
Keep it simple.
Yeah. I don't know. It would be a good experiment, and it'd be cool. Like, I don't know. I see soon that there's going to be like Seamoss soft drinks or you know what I mean? Like how they have aloe vera like water or whatever in stores. They're gonna have that, like, you know, Seamoss infused all kinds of stuff.
You know what I've been thinking about?
Mm.
I've been thinking about if you guys have tried the herb sarsaparilla. So they used to back in the day. They used to make that for root beer, right? So I
Yeah.
actually want to see if I can like come up with something that has like a root beer taste to it.
That would be cool. And made with like natural sarsaparilla, you
Yeah.
know. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that would be really cool. It would be cool to have like a soft drink or a drink of like not soft drink, but like a drink that you could buy in the store that tasted good, that had good flavors, but also had all the nutrients and stuff packed in it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the water. Maybe the water that we soak the sea moss with. Maybe
Mm-hmm.
you could use that water.
Yeah, you definitely
What
would have
about
to filter
Seamoss
it.
wafers?
Pardon?
Seamoss wafers, man. What if you like lightly blended it and then put it in a dehydrator, like in cookie cutter things? I don't know. Would it like dry to a crisp, man, and you just eat it? I don't know.
Yeah,
It's an idea.
you know what? That's an interesting thing. Like, will it become like you know how they make those nori chips?
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know what I mean? That would be an interesting product to have. CMOS like chips that you can eat, and they're just basically thin because you can sort of make like dry the thin like it into a chip. You know what I mean? If you put a thin layer, or
Yeah.
one thing I'm surprised I don't see a lot more. Like you were talking about the gummies, Dale, but like fruit roll-ups. Like to me, that would be better, like to have than to have CMOS in a gel, like fruit infused CMOS.
Mm.
You know what I mean? I think it would be better to have like it in a roll up state, or
Yeah.
even like a
Right.
popsicle. You know, or like a CMOS sorbet. You know, where it's like all these fruits or you know fresh fruits plus sea moss, but it's blended in this kind of like all natural ice cream that's like non dairy or something like that.
That would be dope.
Yeah,
Hell,
like there are so sorry. Go ahead. What are you gonna say, Maria?
Okay. I wonder with what Dale was saying about like if you just dehydrate like the gel
Yeah.
and just come out. But I wonder if you dehydrate like a layer of it and then add more sea moss gel to it and then dehydrate it again, whether if it's gonna go like a little bit thicker. Like keep on doing it to be like a nori sheet. Although like it will break up more.
Mm-hmm.
But I wonder if it'll get thicker instead of it just being that thin the first time.
Yeah, like adding it, like almost like painting layers on it,
Yeah.
like coats. That would be interesting. But I know that you can make it thin, like how do I say it, thick enough that it would almost be like a chip, but dried. You know what I mean? Like you can control the thickness of what you would set the chip at. You know what I mean? But you'd have to set it thick enough so that it's brittle enough to kind of eat like a chip, but like firm enough that it's not gonna like you pick it up and it just flops over, like how it would like if it was just the thin layer of gel. You know? But we're coming up with
yes.
some pretty cool product ideas.
Yeah, so versatile.
It is, and that's one of the things I'm kind of hoping for the market is that it grows to this point where we're making all kinds of um, like different products. Like we have an ice cream, we have like a juice or something like that. You know what I mean? Or gummy like well we have gummy bears, but fruit roll ups and there's so many different like skincare products. Like we've not even touched like body care stuff. People are doing some of the soaps and stuff, but there's all these um like creams and stuff like that. You know what I mean? That they could add. I know there's a guy. He's in the CMOS group. His name's Wilson. Wilson Strong. I think it's Sean. He's been in the clubhouse group a couple times. He's got this really nice like hair conditioner that it's like I've seen it in his hair, and I don't have a lot of hair, but if I did, I would be definitely using his conditioner and getting some wave action going on because his hair looked like so luxurious, it's so silky. I was like, wow, you know. So yeah, there's just so many different products, and I hope that more people sort of try to test the market. You know what I mean? Like push the market to see what else can be produced and made with this amazing sea vegetable. And that was done with my rant. I know sometimes I go on, I just ramble on like crazy.
It's needed. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see someone on your live. They ask like, how do you make the tincture? It's really easy to make tinctures.
Yeah. There's different types too, isn't there? I'm not too familiar with it. I know you can have like an oil based, and then you can also
Right.
have like an alcohol based. You know, is am I right
Yeah.
with that, or how do you make tinctures? How are tinctures made?
Tinctures is mainly like the alcohol one, the one with the oil. I guess we call it not the extracts. I think the extracts are. I'm going to brain fart right now. I'm so tired. Um,
Are you looking
yeah,
up?
yeah, I am. Extracts are can be used with like oil as well, even like water.
Mm-hmm.
So it's you can pretty much just like use whatever. So the thing with both of them is that you just have to not let it mold.
Mm.
That's just an issue. But with alcohol, it usually doesn't really do that.
Hmm.
Sorry, with the tinctures, you could use alcohol, glycerin. That's like safe for kids, and even vinegar. People use like apple cider vinegar.
I never thought about apple cider vinegar. I know a lot of
Yeah,
them use like coconut oil because I've done it with like CBDs and making it with THC oil and stuff like that, and they usually use the coconut oil as the carrier to carry the stuff. But yeah.
yeah, they use that a lot. I've noticed, especially with like even just like edibles.
Hmm.
Other than butter, they usually use coconut oil. So I found that like pretty interesting to
Yeah.
see if like we could even use something else similar. But then it's like no, I don't think anything would compare to like coconut oil when it comes to like extracting
Hmm.
that.
Well, here one person here said in the comments, "I made my dog his own bone broth, Seamoss to mix on her food, and oh my god, she loves it." We talked about it
I
on
do that
another.
too.
Huh?
I do that too.
Oh no way! Because we were talking about it on the live when we were talking about different products that could be made, or like just this how we were talking about different products tonight. And one of the ideas I like we discussed was like, oh, can you imagine like making like a bone broth sea moss, like basically boiling the sea moss in the bone broth or mixing it with the bone broth and then combining that into the dog food. It's like
Yeah, that's how I see my dog. When someone else give him Seamoss and a bone broth.
yeah, it's crazy how some people went crazy over bone broth, where some cultures have been having bone broth like forever, not because of it's like healthy, but because like you know what I mean. Like they didn't have a lot of like in St. Lucia, big thing is they all have cow foot soup. Like my dad loves cow foot soup. Oh my gosh, and it's
Is it
basically
thicker?
what?
Thicker than like the chicken feet?
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
Checking.
cow foot soup is like basically like it's like just the knuckles and all this. It's just like and it's just bones. There's no real meat on it. You know what I mean? There's not a lot of meat on the thing. So I don't know. It's still good soup. It's got good flavor to it. So
I think it's the warmness as well. Like especially for women, like like the first thing we should be doing is like drinking like something hot.
what in the
And
morning?
when it comes to like bone broth as well, like people have it like they boil it and it's hot, so it's kind of like it's very like warming to us too. So it's like we give it a little bit of life as well, a little bit of energy too, just because of like we know. Sorry, I'm like so tired right now.
Yeah, yeah.
But people swear by it.
No, I know. I've watched some people on my social media. They even like made bone broth machines or something like that, where you just put the bones in the water and press a button, and you're like, oh, bone broth. But I've never had it though. To be honest with you, like to me,
Yeah.
it's just like what do you bone broth? That's soup. You know what I mean? Like that's soup stock.
yeah.
Oh, did your brother's wife is Filipino, right?
Yeah.
Okay. One day, I'm pretty sure you'll remember this name. Ask them one day to make ulalo.
Ulalo.
Yeah, it's this soup. It has like corn and all that stuff. It's very similar to a
Oh.
lot of like dishes everywhere.
Okay.
Soup wise, and they use like the bone, so they boil the bone as well.
Mm-hmm.
So beef bone. Oh yeah, ask them if they can make that one day, and it's pretty easy to make.
All right, I'll do that. They haven't had a lot of parties lately because of COVID, which really sucks. Like I can't remember the last time I had a pancetta or mango salad, or we made lumpias for Christmas. That was awesome.
That's nice.
Hmm. And we made which like she makes them differently. They're not like the traditional lumpias that are like open end. She makes like the spring roll like with the noodles in them.
Okay, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Hmm. But yeah, we had a big rolling party, and I think we rolled up like a couple, maybe 1,000 of them or something. Like it was like a lot.
Really?
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about when they have the big rolling party and everybody sits around and talks shit and rolls the lumpias.
You do not want to do it alone, regardless, though.
No one wants to do it alone.
Seriously.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I'll talk ulalo. I'll try to remember that.
It's nice. So nourishing. So warming,
Yeah. I'm actually trying to get my brother to start a business, making bacon, smoking bacon.
And does he do anything like that or like similar?
Yeah, he's into barbecuing, and so like, not to say my dream, but one of my visions is that I see us getting older and retiring and going and being pit masters. So my brother has already kind of like embarked, which is crazy because I never really told him that that was sort of like something that I saw me and him doing in the future. And then he just picked up barbecuing and went crazy on it. And so I was like, oh wow, okay, yeah. It's kind of like it's falling, like the pieces are starting to fall into place. But he's gotten really good at barbecuing and smoking. So he does a lot of briskets, um, ribs, and stuff. But we realized recently that like people love bacon, and bacon's expensive, and the bacon that you have in the stores is not the best quality bacon, and that people will pay more for bacon that they like to eat. You know what I mean? So he makes good bacon.
Oh, ask him to try dulse.
Dulce?
To make it like a mock vegan.
He's not making a mock bacon.
If he's married to a Filipina, no, I'm not surprised.
He's not making a mock bacon. He look at me like, what? Like, why would I waste my time? Like, maybe for you, you know what I mean? Because you're vegan, he can make it. You know. Hey, what's up, Moss King? Welcome, welcome.
What's up, man?
Is that your end of the night? You know what I mean? Celebratory wine.
Yeah, man.
Moss King's having a nice like. What kind of wine is that? It's red wine, right?
Yeah, little Chateau Brown 88.
Well, maybe I don't have my volume on. Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, you know what it was? I turned my computer volume down and didn't realize it.
Yeah, I'm off tomorrow, and the weather's horrible here today.
It's everywhere. You know that? Like,
Is it?
Ricky.
I came through Ohio today.
That's odd.
West Virginia, man, the damn snow is killing me.
Tomorrow is for us.
Yeah, it's a lot of ice, rain, snow. Our power just flicked off a couple of times.
Where you at?
In Maryland, right close to DC in the DMV area.
In DC?
Yeah, I live in Maryland, but you know I'm just like 15 minutes from DC.
It's about to get worse up there too, cause that shit just passed us.
Yeah.
I just stopped in South Carolina. I drove all the way from Ohio, South Carolina. What is this coming up as? Columbia or something.
What's he celebrating?
Because he doesn't have to work tomorrow.
Yeah, no work tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is me showing off, you know, that I can actually come in. I said I didn't have to rush in here tonight. You know, I'm not on no time restriction because I don't gotta get up in the morning.
Oh yeah. You don't have to worry about staying super late.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wicked.
What's going on though? I was kind of peeking in between watching the show with my wife, but what y'all been in here talking about?
Not much. I think we were just fuck. What were we talking about last? That's my bad thing. I always forget like my train of thought.
No, but it's because we talk about everything in like within like 10-15 minutes.
Yeah, it switches a lot of different subjects. But
Yeah.
I think we're talking about bone broth. That was the last thing.
Yeah.
And
We're talking about bone broth.
And just a different. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, Maria.
Oh, and also like looking for like volunteers with the little community that you're trying to organize.
Yeah, with the
Anybody else still there? We want to go out, come back in.
I'm also on YouTube. Are you there?
Yeah.
Oh, did I end the stream? No, it's still going. But you know what?
No, you went down for a bit.
You know, I think he he yeah, something happened here. I don't even know how to fix this. I'm gonna have to call and complain because his page is there, but it's like his profile is gone. Oh, there he is. Let's see what happened. Okay, so
Yeah, you froze up for a minute.
yeah, it was like it had some internet glitch, and now
Yeah,
it's like I have you in the background screen, like as a user, is- but I can't remove you.
you want me to go out and come back in?
No, because it's from your old thing. I wonder if yeah. Let me see if I can
Oh yeah, I still see it.
the screen. Let me re. This might kick us off, but hopefully it won't. Oh, so kicked him off. Let me refresh it one more time, and let's see.
Yusuf, I heard it was snowing in Cali like a little while ago.
In Ohio, it was like started snowing, and I made it to West Virginia. It was snowing. Virginia, regular Virginia was snowing, and then when I made it to North Carolina, like it was snowing bad. Damn ass out the frame. It took me so long to make it up here. I done lost like 200 miles I was supposed to drive because I had to drive like 40 to 30 miles on the interstate.
That's crazy.
So trying to send me up to Cali to Utah. I ain't got no god dog on Utah. Damn man.
Mhm. Well, Moss King's back, although I can't get rid of that shadow screen. I don't know what happened, and
Maybe if somebody else click in, it'll go away. I don't know.
uh,
Cause I disconnected 3 different times and rejoined, so I don't know why it's stuck there.
no, it's a glitch. I think the only way to get rid of it will be to end the live stream and restore it. We'll just keep it there. That'll be our little shadow buddy, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah,
We'll put a picture of Ricky's face there, and pretend like I'll do it in post. Pretend I'm like Ricky, you were there, and like look.
yeah, man. Crazy times, man. Crazy times.
So how was business for you this week?
Uh, you know, a little less than moderate. You know what I'm saying? Got a little something off. Um, but that's the business. You know what I'm saying? I've had some new business inquiries. But I still feel the energy is still people want it for free more than they want to pay. You know what I mean?
They don't understand the value in it.
And this week I actually said, you know what? I'm just absolutely not. I'm not bending. Because now just through all the conversations that all of us are having, just in general about devaluing the product. I'm like, I'm not helping it by buckling because I'm like, okay, well, I haven't had a lot of sales or I didn't get any sales this week. So now this person inquiring about buying some Seamoss. Let me just drop the price a little bit more when I know I'm already offering, premium Seamoss at a really good rate as it is. Like one person asked me about 100 pounds, right?
Yeah.
So I'm looking and I'm like, okay, you know, I just got some more and I had some left. Like I could sell 100 pounds, but then if not, and that's why I had put the video up because I'm like, I'm connected to you. I'm connected to too many people that got access to whatever. So now, I'm like, I need to start thinking about how to market um more CMOS than even I have in my same thing we were talking about last week.
Yep.
And so, I said $30 a pound, like for me, right?
Yeah.
And then they came back and said, well, if you could go down to 25, then we got a deal. I
Yeah.
said, no. I said, I
Yeah.
can't do that. I said, I scale my prices based on not just the cost of the seat importing the seat, I mean buying the sea moss, but all the associated fees that come with it, but thank you for inquiring. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because if people can continue to break you down, that's what they're going to do.
Yeah.
And we're not going to get our bottom line accomplished by keep lowering the price.
No, you're right. And then what are these guys going to do? A lot of times, what bothers me from a lot of these guys that I see that I try to avoid is like they'll want the cheaper price, and rather than sell it for less, they'll sell it for more and sit on it.
Right,
So it's like, why am I giving you a lower price for?
right,
Do you know what I mean? Like it'd be different if you were coming every month and you're like, hey, give me a better price. You know what I mean?
right, right,
And,
right.
and this is good. That also brings another idea, like thing about where a lot of these guys say to me, "Oh, just give it to me this price and I'll sell so much." And my view is kind of like sell so much and then come back to me and say you need the price.
Right, right.
You know what I'm saying? Like you getting these deals are not determined whether or not I give you this discount. Do you know what I
Yeah.
mean? You're still gonna make money. Even if you didn't make money, just sell the CMOS and then get a profit later.
Because
That's how I approach it.
right now, you don't have nothing to stand on to show me that it's even worth me considering trying to figure out if I can lower the prices. Like Rick said, before people asking for these prices, but not realizing that they're not even buying enough to warrant
Hmm.
a lower price. Like,
Hmm. Yeah.
and if we didn't know what they were going to make off of it, maybe we would be silly enough to be literally giving it away. But we already know what they're going to make off of it
Yeah.
per pound. So
Mhm.
no. So I said no. I'm not going to. Well, not that I feel like I'm selling it that low, but I'm also not selling it for what I should be selling it for.
Mhm.
I'm not standing on it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
You're not sitting and waiting.
yeah,
Hmm.
yeah.
No, it's
So
a balance. You know what I mean? Pricing is an art form.
hmm and I do my investigations too, because people come and they'll say, "Oh, how much for this and how much?" Not even an amount, but just, "Oh, how much for purple? How much for this?"
Mm-hmm.
And before I even respond, I'll go to their page,
Hmm.
and then it'll be like, "Oh, you have mutual friends," and then you'll be one of the mutual friends, and I'm like, "How you end up from somebody that I know got thousands of pounds of sea moss all the way over here in my messenger asking me about my cost for sea moss, right?"
Hmm.
So this one person in particular said, "Oh, how much? Like I want some of that purple."
Yeah.
So I go, well, I already had conversation with them before, but I just didn't know that they knew you, right?
Yeah.
So when I went to their page and I saw that you was friends with them, I was like, why they coming and asking me about sea moss, right? So I said what the price was, right?
Hmm.
And they was like, they asked me a question about a website or something, and you keep on posting about CMOS, but you're not putting up a website. I said, oh well, I told you before, my website not up yet. It's under construction, but you can't. I'm like, I opened up an Etsy.
Was this a female?
Yep, and I know you know who I'm talking about. Right?
I know. It's like as you're
So,
talking about this person, I'm like, this
but,
person sounds
but hold up though,
familiar.
Julian. Let me listen. This the funny part, right? So remember last week
Yeah,
you was telling the story, and I noticed you was talking about this person, right? And
yeah,
you was being kind, and you didn't mention no names. Like I'm not mentioning no names, right? So she was like, "Well," so I said, "Well, this is." I told you my website is still under construction, and
mhm,
these are the options that you have to purchase CMOS from me, right? Da da da. So she
mhm,
came back and told me that she felt like I was being rude in my response to it, right? And I said, well, and she said, and and I'm in Canada. So I said, well, then if you're in Canada, then Julian can absolutely help you.
yeah,
Like, why are you even talking to me,
mm,
right?
yeah.
Guess what she came back and said though?
What?
Well, he doesn't his purple doesn't it's not I don't want to misquote her, but basically she was saying that I had something that you didn't have in terms of purple.
But why I laugh even so much is because we're pretty much getting the purple from the same place. So what the fuck are you
Right.
talking about?
So when she said that, I was just like, I want you to continue to have a nice day. You
Yeah,
know what I'm saying? I just tried to smooth it out and just go ahead on. But when she
yeah.
said that part, I was just like,
I don't know. She's a
I don't know.
cool chick, though.
Your pictures probably look better.
Huh? The pictures, maybe.
nah, man, nah. That's not. Listen, brother. That's not even in this case. That's not the case. You know what I'm saying?
I think
Like,
she's. Which did she ask you to send a sample?
nah, because I'm not. It's not my first time. Like,
I gotta be
you know,
careful. She might even be watching and she'll get mad.
that's fine. She can. You know what I'm saying? But you
Yeah,
know,
you know
I
what?
just I
Yeah,
thought that was funny.
yeah. No, she did. She would call me up, but I'm honest. I would tell her, yeah, I'm talking about you. Fuck that. It is
But
what it
anyway,
is, you know.
but the main reason for me even bringing the story up is
Yeah,
this: all of the excuse my language, the fuckery, man, that's going on that people just, And so the young lady that was speaking earlier, I'm assuming she was talking about once again how you keep talking about we need to come together and really like get this shit together, man. Because goodness gracious, this
yeah.
the nonsense that's coming out of it is just it be a bit much sometimes, man. You know.
I'm just having trouble trying to keep these spam bots down.
Mm,
I think I might have to introduce some kind of, you know what I mean? Like, you got to ask 3 questions or something. Like they used to not be so bad, but now they're crazy. And before I could click a button and I would remove it all and ban them and everything. For some reason, Facebook it's not easy for me to do it anymore. So I don't know.
yeah, yeah,
That to me is the most annoying thing in a group is to have all that kind of spam crap and herpes this and herpes like, oh, it just drives me
Oh
nuts.
yeah,
man, that shit does.
The herpes.
Yeah, that shit that gets
yeah.
If I could get my hands a hold of these like like I don't know what you call them, African herbal doctors or whatever, I'd literally like strangle them. Like it just like they are the most ugh. And it's like I want to say, like, do you guys really sell your shit? Because it's like, how do you sell something when you irritate everybody that you're trying to sell to?
Yeah.
Like you're
Yeah.
just
People do fall for it.
bombarding them. Yeah, it's insane how much like they're
Yeah,
just
it's a
on it.
scam and they selling dirt water.
Yeah, and you put a post up, and like 2 minutes later, you're like, "Oh, I got comments! I got comments!" Yes, doctor. Da, 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 and this, I was like, "Oh man."
Every time I see that, I just try to hide it.
Yeah, you got to delete it. to me it's important for you to keep, like, especially like on your Instagram page or your own personal business Facebook page.
Mm,
I don't know, maybe other people feel differently, but for me it's like when I see that, it sends a message to me that basically says you're not monitoring your shit.
mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Because how are you not deleting this stuff? How are you not on
Right.
top of this? You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
But I'm also wondering if we reply back to that, if that would kind of like put us out there more
Yeah,
on Instagram.
that's a good question, because answering to the comments and stuff
Yeah,
will help with your algorithm, and
right.
maybe there's a way to kind of trick the algorithm into thinking that these people are popular, and that because you're having communication with these popular people, they might,
Yeah,
that's one way to kind of flip the tables on them. You know what I
Yeah.
yeah,
mean?
exactly.
So that would be curious to see. You
Mm.
know.
Yeah. I have a question for the suppliers that do not have a website.
Okay.
I know a lot of people do kind of complain like, oh, they don't have a website. That's kind of like sketchy to me, type of thing, right? So, wouldn't PayPal be another great alternative?
To having a
Making
website.
a making a transaction through PayPal would
Hmm.
be a better alternative for the suppliers that don't have a website.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think it would be good for those, like, mainly in North America. It's a problem for those in the Caribbean that are trying to sell, because
Oh, that's great.
they the PayPal doesn't, at least in St. Lucia, it doesn't work well in St. Lucia. I think you have to have an American account or a North American account in order for the PayPal to work. So the only real sort of method is Western Union. And some people like MoneyGram, but like the lineup to get into the MoneyGram is like three times as long as the lineup to get like into Western Union in St. Lucia.
And you should use what is it called? World Remit. World
Oh,
Remit.
Remit? Yeah, this like that blue one, right?
Yeah, the big W on it,
There's a company called World Remit.
I think.
I know it
Yeah,
by
it's
Remitly or something like that.
you can buy I mean you can buy stuff from anything or send somebody money from anywhere. All they need is a bank account.
Mm.
Mm.
So you can convert your money. You can convert your money like if you're going traveling, you can send your money there, convert it, pick it up from a bank.
Interesting.
Transfer, I say convert like I'm talking about crypto, but transfer.
Okay,
Also,
okay, yeah. It's World Remit. And then there's another one that's Remitly.
The World Remit is the one I use to buy stuff overseas. You know, I got a lot of notebooks. but I'm going to be buying a lot of stuff overseas.
Okay, yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
sorry, I'm just messaging someone. Shit. Messaging someone, and then someone was messaging me. And that's the only thing that kind of sucks about doing these live streams. I get so distracted. Like someone could be calling me or messaging me, and I have like I'm almost like on lock off for like the next 2 hours
Right,
or
yeah, no,
4 hours.
I mean, this isn't really anything to. You don't have to keep it that professional.
No, I know. I just like, if anybody's wondering why there's a long pause or what I'm doing, I was just like messaging my buddy of mine I was supposed to meet earlier today, but didn't get to. And so they're getting back to me. Life is good. So, are you there, Moss Boss, or did you?
No, I'm
Okay,
here.
yeah, you weren't moving for a second, so I was like, "Oh shit! Did that screen freeze up again?"
No, I was texting.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's like
but what you gonna do with this page, Julian?
What page? The Seamoss Association.
Yeah, what you gonna do, man?
Yeah, I'm gonna put something together, or I guess, or about the Seamoss Buyers Club. That I'm not sure. Like, I mean, I'm open to discussing it now, but
Wait, what's your guys' problem with it though?
there's just
Or like organization wise, you mean?
no. So there's the Seamoss Buyers Club. It's got over 7,000 people in it, but there's just a bunch of like random people like spewing like misinformation or just you know what I mean. There's sometimes arguments about stuff. You know, people are just kind of like there's no real kind of like education component for people. Like so many people there to learn, and there's nothing there to sort of help teach them. And that's what you were kind of mainly talking about, right, Mosque?
Yeah, yeah, just getting some structure to it, just overall, for the people, because it's always going to be like an abundance of people that's selling CMOS, right? But my thing that I've been speaking to Julian about is, you know, his face, his name and brand is behind that page because it's his page. He created it, and so it's just too much freestyling going on with that page, and because there's so many people, like you don't know who's who. You don't know who's actually what's the word I'm looking for? Who's an actual
Like
valid
so.
person to like do business with. You know what I'm saying? It's just no real structure to it, and so you know, just as I continue to build a rapport with Julian and just thinking about his character and personality, I just think it'd be a good idea to bring some structure to the page instead of just allowing it to just be free range this, free range that, because that's how people handling it, you know. And and ultimately, the bottom line is not going to be achieved with that page. The more nonsense that's going on with it. That's why you got people in there now that come in and they like, yeah, like like I'm getting tired of this page, or I'm not really feeling this page anymore because it's just too much this going on or too much that going on. They feel like some people feel like they don't know, who to trust. And then it is another element that could be added to it. This was one of them, like doing this whole live. You know what I'm saying? In terms of people that want to come and ask questions and get education, but it all doesn't have to be done on the live either. Some of this same information could get put out in post on the page. You know what I'm saying? Because everybody can't show up for a live. You know, so it's just like different ideas, just running through my head because when people see at least business minded um people and people with integrity, when they see something that's structured and solid and has a real foundation up under it, they want to follow it, they want to support it, by coming through, by making purchases, you know what I'm saying, because they feel like it's a place where they can come and get real understanding, come and get excellent, product. Whoever they buying from, they can trust it. You know what I mean? They feel comfortable making their purchases, with the people that's allowed to even sell on the page.
Mhm.
So, because when it's not no structure, people start feeling like you don't care. You know, it's like if anybody could just come on
Maybe just a little bit.
there, yeah, man.
Frig, it's such a vicious cycle with all of that though.
Yeah, it
Well,
is.
I don't know. See, I've said it before, Moss King. I get what you're saying, but at the same time, it's like I don't want to come in and be like the controller. You know what I mean? And
You
sort of
don't have
like
to be, Julian. Once again, you don't have to be. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to be. You don't have to be. I know you used to doing everything on your own. Even when somebody mentioned in a joking way, like you hiring people to help you pack CMOS, and you're like, yeah, but I mean, yeah.
back in the sea.
Come on, man. Come on,
Yeah,
man.
I just think about the cost. Like it's like, oh, then I'm gonna have to raise my prices. You know what I mean to afford that.
Yeah.
Um, I don't know. Maybe we can do some kind of like verified seller badge or something like that, where it's kind of
Raise the prices for what?
huh.
Raise the prices for what? That's all I heard.
No, because he was saying hiring staff, right? And he's
You gonna
like,
hire your staff?
no, he's saying like, people will tell you to hire. Like people say to me that you should hire some staff, and I'm like, yeah, I just like the packing and da da da. And then I told him, I said the first thing that comes to my mind when I think about hiring staff is like, oh shit, then I'm gonna have to raise my prices because it's like my margins are really kind of razor thin in a sense, right? So if I have more
Oh,
expense,
okay.
it's like
Yeah, but having administrators on your page not gonna cost you a penny. It just
true.
has to be people that want to put time in. Because if you could come on there and post something, then you know what I'm saying. You could come on there and you can check in. You know, and you can be mobile in doing that. That don't really take. It don't really cut into your time per se.
But do you see a lot of like say fucked up posts or a lot of like garbage stuff people post? Because I know there's
No,
some.
not all things considered, but for me, um, because that's not the only group I'm in. I do see like a slowdown. So and just traffic, you know what I'm saying?
Mm,
And the only time it seems like there's a lot of traffic is if somebody come on there and say, "I want some CMOS," and then you
mhm.
got people that just come out of the woodworks that you never even seen before, and it's like, "Oh, I got it, I got it, I got it." You know what I'm saying?
That's what confuses me. Yeah, and you know what? Maybe that almost. But see, I can't control people from saying like only these people you can buy from and stuff like that. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
that's another issue too. Let me
Yeah.
break it down as well. When I look at other groups of how they handle things,
Hey,
There
what's
you
What's
go.
going on?
chilling?
Hey,
Guys,
look,
Ricky from Ocean or Gold Sea Moss just came online for those in the clubhouse.
that's what I was texting. I had to text him and ask him where he was at. Like, man, you need to get in, slide in here, man.
No, I was finishing up some grinding, so I had to finish that up real quick. I'll be on a schedule, and
Yeah.
so yeah, I just finished it up. So now I'm like, okay, let me hop back on this live. I was listening, but I just couldn't say nothing.
What's up with you, man?
Not too much, man. Just getting the structure down, man. I was just listening earlier about
Right.
some of the stuff that needs to be done, man. And I was just listening to Julian talk about quality of CMOS
Mm,
and who you dealing with. I'm a attest because all the stuff that I've been going through as far as dealing with different suppliers and things of that nature,
mm,
that's the most important thing. And if your supplier is actually real good as far as structure wise and business structure wise, spending an extra dollar to $2 to $3 really does not mean anything.
mhm.
I would
Mhm.
actually spend an extra couple dollars just to know that I had a structure that was in place that I never had to worry about.
Right.
So
No, yeah. Too many times guys try to squeeze people and thinking that they're getting the upper hand or they're in this power position and stuff. And it's like it a lot of times it backfires off you because the guy in the like this is what I've learned about business, right? And partnerships. In order for a partnership to work, the guy on the other side has to feel like he's getting a better deal than you are. Because if he doesn't, the first chance he can fuck up the deal, he's going to fuck it up because he doesn't care.
that
Mhm.
He's not invested in it. Do you know what I
Mhm.
mean? So
Mhm.
like, I have this one experience where a buddy of mine came to Ontario to start this metal fabrication business. Right? He was basically getting scrap metal from Mexico, and he was reselling it to this guy, like to other people. And so he's just starting out in the business, right? He's like one of his first clients. And he comes to me and he's like, "Yeah, man, I got this guy. He wasn't paying attention, and we were negotiating, and I got him to agree on this price, and blah blah blah. And oh, I'm gonna make all this money." And he's all excited, right? So I go with him to drop off the fucking the metal and shit to pick up the check. And before the guy does it, the guy's like, "Listen, like, I know I said this price, but it like it's tight, and I'm not gonna make a lot of money. Like, isn't there anything you can do? Now the guy was making like maybe 15-20 grand off the sale, so he could have cut him a couple thousand or whatever. No, 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 sorry, deal's a deal. We had a deal. Da-da-da-da. You know what I mean? And I'm like watching this guy, and I'm just like, oh my god, like what is like? I wanted to like stop him and be like, you fucking crazy? Like you're new to this town, you don't know anybody. These are established guys that you're working with, and he's asking you to give you a break, and you're telling them no, fuck you. You know, like I'll tell you this: the guy wasn't in business that long.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because it doesn't take much for the guy to get pissed off and call all his buddies who he's all working doing business with and say, "Yeah, there's this motherfucker, new guy in town, you know, whatever, blah blah blah." If you see him, you know what I mean? Like, bros, I used to sell like computers, right? When I was young, I used to have these guys that would go out to office buildings and send, and this is like when I was in my, and they would hook me up with stolen laptops, right? Because I was the smartest guy that knew all the computers and stuff, they would come to me first, right? And I would try to negotiate a price. Now, if they didn't like agree to my price and they go, "Oh no, fuck you, Julian, I'm going somewhere else," I would call the guys that they're going to because I knew them from selling computers because it was a small circle, and I would just talk shit about the stuff that he had. Oh yeah, yeah, you see that crap? Yeah, he was just here. You know that stuff's not worth this, 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 and that, da 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 da. And then he would go around to try and sell the stuff, right? And because these guys need to flip it like that night, like they need to get it out of their hands, because I talked to all these guys, no one would do the deal. So he would come back to me knowing that I had a price. Oh no, no, that yesterday's price is not today's price. You know? And I would fucking squeeze them even more. And it was cause you know what I mean? It was like, don't fuck with me. So my point in telling the story is like you don't know who these guys are. And if someone like if you can give someone a break, just give them a break and have good business. It's the relationships that matter.
Right, right.
Do you know what I mean? Because the first chance this guy has to fuck you over,
I do.
he's gonna fuck you over if he can. But if you gave him a break, he's gonna be like, you know what, Julian's a cool guy. I could really stick it to him, but I'm not going to.
Yeah.
Those are the relationships I want. Rather than, oh, that guy, that Julian, he's a greedy mofo. You know what I mean? I can't wait to take him out. You know,
Mm-mm-mm.
the streets are watching.
All the time.
Hey, oh, another thing, I was just listening to you as well. Speak about kind of what's going on with the page.
Yeah.
You know what I think truly what happened is that a lot of people are looking for Julian to be a follower of Dr. Sabi. Like, I think after you did that post, a lot of people went the other way because,
Good.
like, you know the scenarios, you know how people are. Like they like what it is. If you have your own way of thinking and if you actually stand on your research, then it goes against some things that they're actually going for. So a lot of people would just say, you know what, I'd rather not be in this group because it doesn't go with like with what I'm with.
Right.
And that's understandable because I don't go to places that actually sell that is on the like it says like a buyer club that sells Conjures Christmas. I don't go there because I don't sell Conjures Christmas. I understand it.
Right.
You know, and I have no issue with it. It's just that I don't sell Conjures Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
So it's understandable.
I
think the right people are on the page though.
Yeah. Well, that's why I put the post out there. It was to kind of clean up house a little. Plus, I know that those are the posts that get the most engagement. Do you know what I mean? Like that's the one that gets everybody fired up. And sometimes I want to see what happens when everybody gets fired up, what they say.
What post you put up?
This post about Dr. Sabi and like is he a fraud and all this kind of stuff. And what's crazy is I didn't say anything about my opinion on the article. I was like, this is an interesting article. What are your thoughts? And if you read the comments, these guys put so much like they put so much words in my mouth. It was ridiculous. Like, oh, you're a hater this and you're this and that and that.
So what it is that even that they got mad because you even posted it.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
what it is that they don't want to have any conversation, because what happens is that when somebody gives you a fact of what on Dr. Sabi and it's going against what you know,
Mhm.
then you have to backtrack. A lot of people don't want to backtrack
Yeah.
because the only thing they didn't do research, they just were fed something.
Mm.
And so when you just were fed something, like, and somebody's giving you factual research and putting it in your face, some people can't take that. Like, you see what we're dealing with right now. We deal with coke all the time.
Mhm.
Like, we're seeing the exact same situation happening. Is that people don't want to deal with it.
Right.
Yeah. Hey, Matthew just said, Ricky, a lot of people don't sell Connor's Christmas, but they think they do. That's the thing that
Exactly.
drives me
And so
crazy.
when you tell them that they don't have conscious Christmas, guess what? They get mad at you.
Yeah.
They should get mad at the person that told them that they were selling conscious Christmas, and they're not. Like, but that's the issue. Is like, okay, when you tell them, hey, look here, I think you need to do some more studying. What you have is not what you have. You know,
Right.
they get mad at you. Like, why are you telling me what bro? Because I study this. This is what I do. So what happens is that, like, I can tell somebody that studies more than me,
Yeah.
and when I can tell that somebody studies more than me, that I listen. Or I ask a question that I may not know, and I think that they might have a little bit more information than me.
Yeah. You see
Um,
what they got to say.
so, but you gotta understand something. Like, I would say majority of these people aren't here to study; they're here to make a dollar.
Yeah.
And so that's where you come into the difference is who's here to learn and to educate themselves and to really really understand what CMOS is, and who's here to capitalize on CMOS being popular right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: there's nothing wrong with capitalizing CMOS and making a dollar. I'm in it for making a dollar. Do you know what I'm
But you're
saying?
also studying though.
Well,
You're
because I
also
know in order to make the dollar, I have to show the.
Yeah,
Sorry, what
you're
were you
also
saying, Maria?
studying. You're also doing these certain things that actually constitute you making a dollar.
Well, because
Like, if I wake up and don't do no work, I don't expect to get paid.
Mhm.
So if I'm studying and I know what I'm talking about, then you can go on these platforms and express yourself and give facts because you studied to back them up. Like, a lot of these people haven't studied to even back up the facts that they had. They just went to a site and regurgitated somebody else's information and didn't really go through it and do the proper study. So
Mm.
you're supposed to make money.
Mhm.
Like, when you're studying, you post like okay, like I used to work in the hospitality field. When I first actually got into the hospitality field, I worked at the front desk. Like, I
Mhm.
had to study so I knew exactly where to guide customers, um,
Yeah.
so they have a good stay. Like, I was the first line. And so if I didn't do my job, then most of the time the customer had a bad experience.
Mm.
True.
So what my job was to do was to know my job in and out. So even if we had an issue at the hotel,
Mhm.
you wouldn't see what's going on my left hand because I'm having you focus on my right hand.
Mm.
So when I know what I'm talking about, if there's something that, like, I can have you focus on whatever I want you to focus on. I can guide you wherever I want you to guide you, so I can make the sale.
Yeah.
Mm.
Like, if you don't know what you're talking about, then guess where you're going to? You're going to go to the sale, straight to the sale.
Mhm.
Mm.
No, I
Um,
I agree with that.
So, and I get making money. Everybody has to make money, but like if you're gonna be a CEO or anything, you have to know what you're doing. You gotta know your field.
Yeah, your craft. Yeah. Well, what I see it is you have to be able to provide a service. Do you know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like that's part of the business that I'm doing. I'm providing a service. That is the knowledge that comes with the product. You know what I mean? And especially me being on that level of like say supplier distributor, it's important for the people that I'm teaching or that I'm selling to that I'm able to answer their questions like it's almost like I need to stop the misinformation that everybody is getting already. You know what I mean?
I know that's what I appreciate about your platform, really, because not a lot of people are doing it, especially in Canada. In America, for sure, they're very educated, but over here in Canada, but what I wanted to say was, yeah. So what I tell my audience is that, I always tell them, like, I challenge you to talk to these and the suppliers, because we always follow each other, right?
Mm-hmm.
It said, like, I challenge you to talk to these divers, to talk to these harvesters, right, and ask them questions from everywhere, you know.
Yep.
So that gives you information, and that also tells you, like, what their knowledge is, as long as they have, like, what, more than 2 years of an experience,
Mm-hmm.
you know. And also with the conscious Christmas thing, I always tell them the history of why everybody calls it Irish moss
Mm-hmm.
is because of, like, the people from the islands. It was really, really heavy there, right? And, like, they didn't have, like, internet back then. They were just, like, harvesting it, right? And also, like, the history with Ireland. So, yeah, just, like, adding that
Mm-hmm.
history too. Whenever we explain to them why everybody is calling it Irish moss, because I look at these articles as well. They always say Seamoss, aka Conscious Christmas, but they're really talking about, like, the popular species of, like, Gracilaria, like the ones that you carry.
Yeah. And that's a problem too. There's too many sites that are not like factual sites that people are coming across first because of whatever this. Like sometimes you got to go to the third or fourth page to get the you got to dig deep to get the information to know the differences and stuff like that. So
The bottom line for me is information is power. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
And it helps your forward movement. You know what I mean? And because and I always, I keep saying it, and I'm saying it again. Like, that's why I come here. You know what I mean? Like, some people might come on and they see the people that's actually on camera and think, oh, those must be all three experts or all four experts. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, nah, you know, I'm
Do
just
your
I'm
due
fun.
diligence.
Yeah, because and listen, I was talking to one of my partners the other day, right? And he was asking me some questions about the business, my business specifically, right?
yeah.
So we was having a conversation, and he was giving me some business advice. But one of the things that he told me that stood out, and he said, and it was the first thing that he said, man, you need to go and you need to find guys that like, or people, he didn't say guys, people that know they've been in this business for a long time, that know what they're doing, know that, and just, sit down and just listen and soak up all the knowledge from them and watch everything they do, right? And so,
And you're like, been there, done that.
yeah, and I'm like,
Every Sunday, Wednesday.
yeah, and I told him, I said, I'm already doing that. You know what I'm saying? Because it helps you to understand. And what I've learned, like my transition was on my own. Then the guy from Philly that came in my message like, hey, you selling the wrong thing, to me finding Rick, you know what I'm saying? And then Julian, you know what I'm saying? And it's like understanding that it's really a process that you have to go through in order to become consistently successful.
Yeah.
And when I say successful, I don't mean in terms of like a certain amount of money, but it's successful in understanding this business and how it works. And it just actually, like, it really does take some time, and it really does take some diligence, and your ears being open. And yeah, you're not going to always agree to everything that you seeing presented in front of you, because it's not going to always fit your circumstance. You know what I'm saying? Y'all be talking about shit that I'd be like, man, I can't even afford to do that right now. Like, I don't want to hear that shit right now. Well, it got to be a quicker way. You know what I'm saying? Or how can I bypass the stuff that they talking about to get to my bottom line? But the reality is, ain't no way around the shit. It's just It ain't no way around it. So it's like I'm like, okay, you're gonna either strap in and calm down and start to learn how to breathe slower. You know what I'm saying? And start accepting the realities of what you're trying to really step into. Cause there's no quick way. And Rick, you
Whoa.
and hold up right quick.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember. It was and this was before I even met Julian and everything. But you told me something similar to what I now know is an actual factual truth. And it was kind of like basically he was telling me like people think they're gonna be able to just hop in this and just run with it and turn it into all this money. And he was like, that shit ain't gonna happen. You know,
No, it's not. It's
like
like really, truthfully, it's a 5-year plan. It's a 3 to 5 year plan. You got to have a real plan and going about this because I'll be honest with you. I'm going on my 3rd year now. So my first 2 years were me trying to alleviate the mistakes I was making.
right.
Like I'm talking about, it's not like it starts big mistakes. Like, okay, I don't know this. I don't know this. I'm trying to figure out customs and things of that nature, and even how to um how to kind of go about my time. Like a lot of times, I'm just now learning to structure my time because the last couple months I was doing a lot of Zooms, a lot of phone calls, and everything like that. And I might be on the phone 10 to 12 hours out the day.
Mm,
And with that being said, I wasn't getting no work done.
right.
But like I was talking to all these people, but the conversation, the 12 hours of conversation I was having wasn't leading to a lot of capital being present. It was leading to a lot of people, me just turning people on to how to run their business. And I was like, okay, so now I have to find a way to help people run their business and stay running mine.
Mm,
Um, I like to give so much that sometimes that like you have to learn yourself in business. Like I have to learn myself in this business. So it's a real 5-year plan. Like I'm really now just starting to understand the structure, understand um talking to Julian all week. I don't like to deal with a lot of the drama that happens. So it's a lot of alleviating drama.
yeah.
A
You got
lot of alleviating things that just aren't worth your time and saying, you know what, I'll pay an extra couple dollars just to not have to worry about that.
Mm-hmm.
I,
you
you know, I'll put that into my budget to say, you know what, if like I'm really talking about dealing with suppliers.
Yeah.
I'll just be truthful. Dealing with suppliers is probably the worst thing that I've had to deal with as far as in this Seamoss business. Um, and I'm and truthfully, reason why is because I understand the business. Now, me being so much of a giver and I want to help people out, like I actually run across new suppliers. But run across new suppliers, you'll get a good price, but a lot of times their business isn't set up in a certain way. So you actually are pretty much running their business. You got to teach them how to run their business.
mm,
And you don't get paid for that.
mm,
Like you don't like there's like my word for this week is compensation.
mm,
Where's my
Like
compensation?
where's my compensation for the stuff that I do? And what happens is there is no compensation. What
Right.
happens is that you can build somebody up for them to pretty much shit on you because they know that they can because they're a supplier.
yeah. Mm,
So um that's and really right now I'm to the point where I I don't really want to deal with suppliers because I don't have somebody on the ground in St. Lucia to say, you know what, that's my guy, that's my person on the ground in St. Lucia that I can deal with.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
That's my representative. Like if you don't have a representative, then you
Shit
might as
can
well
go
go
all
do
kind
some.
of ways.
Yeah, you
And
might as well go like this. And I'm telling you because like right now I'm partnering with Julian right now because he has like his company has somebody on the ground. And so I've understood that okay, so the structure works where I can get it from Julian and his people, because I know I'm getting the best moss.
Mm.
They got somebody on the ground that's actually making sure that you get the best moss. See, one thing, like I've lost money because I don't have people on the ground saying, okay, yeah, we're sending you the best moss. Once it's here, it's here.
Right.
You know, there's like we just figured out that and this is me talking to Julian a couple weeks ago. We just figured out that we can send it back if we needed to. Like, but we didn't know that.
Right.
Like that was something that you didn't know. So once it's here, like just think if somebody sent you 3,000 pounds and 1,500 of it is not good.
Yeah. And you
Like,
feel like you got to try to make something shake with that shit.
yeah, like
Your business.
you maneuver, and if you don't, because guess what? You still have customers. So once that 1,500 of good is gone, now you still in the hole.
Mm-hmm.
But you still got to get more Seamoss because the stuff that you got that's sitting there is not gonna pan out. Now you may try to give that to a couple customers, but that's what you're gonna end up doing. Losing customers.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Or dropping the price to losing.
Or dropping the price, one or two.
Yep.
But both scenarios is gonna cause people not to even trust you in your Seamoss that you're getting.
Yeah.
So and then and not to mention the Seamoss game is wide open. You can't have no hiccups. Like you can't have hiccups like that. You can't have a bad batch come in.
Right.
They gonna go to the next person.
And
Everybody
they not
has
gonna turn around
Seamoss for sale.
and they not gonna turn around and come back and see you.
Exactly.
They don't have to.
They don't have to. They're like it's everybody has Seamoss now.
Yeah.
So
there's way too many options. You know. Although there's only one best option.
yeah, but
That's
and but that's what you end up realizing. Like, okay, well, and just like I was saying, I don't mind following the structure where I'm end up paying a couple extra dollars just to make sure that I have everything in place for me.
Mm-hmm.
Like I right now, only thing I want to do is make capsules and sell.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I want to do. I don't want to have to worry about my supplier and having and making sure that the Seamoss is good. Like I shouldn't have to look at every box and go through every box for hours and hours and hours at a time, making sure that every box is consistently good. I should just know that when it comes,
Shit gonna be right.
it's gonna be right. Like that's
Hey man, it's nothing like having a great connect, man. It's just
boy,
oh man. I just
Wait
get
till
chills, you know what I'm saying?
man. Trust me, like I'm starting to see that. Like I really spent over a year dealing with this. Like as far as getting to the point where I was like, you know what I'm saying? I like, man, fuck it. Like I know them boys over there got something going on good. Like let me stop. Like is you know how you say, man, I'm not competing with them boys no more. They got the structure. I'm just gonna go over there and get money with them.
Yeah,
Like
and
it make no sense.
wait till you see the Seamoss that I have coming. Oh my god! I showed Ricky some pictures too. These guys, like, oh man, it's so much of it, bro. So much of like these
So
giant sacks. Oh,
and
But
now
that's why
that the structure's there, I'm getting excited again. Like I'm getting excited to sell Seamoss. Like I wasn't excited to sell Seamoss for a while.
yeah.
Like, you know, that's why I got into powder and everything, because the Seamoss game, it just kind of wore me out. Like, you know, going through boxes and trying to figure out how,
Disappointed.
yeah, like, you know what I'm saying? Like when you get them boxes, when you go pick up your boxes from wherever you pick them up from, American Airlines, Amerijet, wherever you pick up your boxes from, like, and you start to open up them boxes, like that's almost like Christmas.
yeah.
You know, and it's just
Shit.
like, and you
Hey
open
man.
up a box, you open up a box that look like some Jordan box, and you get socks in it.
I never
Hey,
thought
look.
about that analogy, and that's what it's like because the top layer is always the best.
Exactly, and like it looks really good, and
You're
then
like,
you start to dig in, and like, hold on, this ain't what this is. These ain't. These is air zooms.
But see, yeah, but see, y'all dealing with so many different boxes. But even me, I can't even pull off from the airport. Like I back up to the dock, get my little 6, 7 boxes, whatever I'm getting, and I pull down and I pull right off to the side and I just cut the boxes open. You know what I'm saying? And just start like putting it, like folding it back and looking at it. You know what I'm saying? And then I close it back. You know what I'm saying? I keep some tape in my car and I just tape the shit back. And I'm like, oh, okay. You know what I'm saying?
I should have been doing that. I should have once you get to a certain point, it's just like, okay, get into. I was like, man, just get into the warehouse. You know what? Okay, so this is what you end up doing. You get into the warehouse. Once you get all the boxes in there, you go and you weigh the boxes up. So you have the right weight. You're like, okay, let me make sure everything weighs correctly. So you get the weight, and then you open up the top of the box and you say, okay, let's go, boom, and then put it off to the side. Okay, that's purple. Put it off to the side. Okay, that's multi. And you put it off to the side, and then you got the weights and everything. But then, like when you open up the box, you like some boxes you be like, oh, hold on, let me put this off to the side. I'm gonna have to go through this box, like, and so you would have certain boxes, but then certain boxes, them joints be looking good at the top.
Yeah.
Oh man, and like, yeah, you start going through. You like, okay, I got 3 pounds, I got 5 pounds here, I gotta get 10 pounds. So you do the 3 pounds, 5 pounds, then you start to dig in. Like, hold on,
Oh, a minute. and it's
and then you
happened.
gotta go grab. Then you gotta go grab another box. Like, hold on, let
Yeah.
me just go grab another box, and then you don't have time to deal with it. You be like, okay, I don't have time to deal with it. I gotta get these orders out, and then you start going to look back at the box. Be like, okay, so how much can I get out this box?
Yeah.
And then you start peeking through. Man, I got some. Like, I don't want to call them picky, but I got picky customers. My customers call me with their pinky up.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
they
There's
bougie.
a reason for
Like,
that shit though, because they've been consistently getting a super clean premium product from you. Like,
exactly. And
but
what should they expect? They
the
should
first
expect the
time,
same.
the
I
first
just
time
want
I got 10 pounds from you, man, and that shit came, and I got it sent to my job, and I just was like, this shit is not even real. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because even my guy in Philly that had first started mentoring me, you know what I'm saying? Like, and he had his CMOS was good, but sometimes he would have like different like shit that start gelling as soon as you put it in the water. You know what I'm saying? It'd be
Yeah.
real brown. You know what I'm saying? But it was more consistent than not consistent, right? And then by
Yeah.
the time I found my way to you, that's when I was just like, okay, like, it was
There's
like,
different levels to it.
right. So now I get that when y'all talk about grades and CMOS and stuff like that, on top of the, not too in the past events. You know what I'm saying? So I get it and I understand, but what I wanted to ask y'all was like, when did that shit start getting fucked up? Like, you know what I'm saying? And I'm saying from a perspective of when I used to watch you bag and CMOS up, you would just be sitting there reaching. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't like you was like, damn, well, man, let me go grab a different box because this don't look right. So
Man,
what's changed with the CMOS business in St. Lucia,
it's a
or just
money
period?
play. It's a money play now. Like, you gotta understand and I'm just gonna go off what I seen when I first started. I know Julian probably has a lot more in depth to it, but when I first started, there was only a couple suppliers, and they were in it for the CMOS. Like, they were
They
they
cared
were
about
they
the
were
CMOS.
really farmers. Like, they
Yeah.
cared about it. And then what happened is that then you start having people that started getting into it or started to get into it because there was the money part of it. So once the money started getting into it, like, and this is what you have to understand about your supplier too. They have to care about the CMOS. Like, you have to listen to them. If they only thing they talk about is money, then guess what? You probably gonna not probably the person that you want to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you want to have somebody that talks about how they love the CMOS. Oh, you should look at the CMOS and look at the way instead of, like, when you start having no conversation and they start getting excited about the CMOS that they just picked, then you got something.
Right.
Then you got somebody. Like, and what I'll say is that John Baptiste, he was a wonderful, as far as he's a Seamoss. He's a farmer. Like he loved that. He
Farmer.
loves it. Like when I talk to Julian, and I talk to people that you can tell Julian loves Seamoss.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Well, they
you know,
consider me, and they consider me a farmer down there. Like they've said
yeah,
it,
like
like, "Oh, bro,
Julian
you're
loves
a farmer,"
Seamoss. Like
because I'm the first one in the water, first one out, or last one out when we're farming.
because and so that's what I started looking at. I'm looking at, okay, so what suppliers talking about money and what suppliers talk about the Seamoss? What
Right.
suppliers are going to break down the Seamoss to you? Because nobody broke down the Seamoss until recently. And even though I don't think he's a farmer, I think he's somebody that's serious about the Seamoss industry. He just didn't know how to do business, but he taught me a lot. He taught me about grades of Seamoss. He taught me about the levels of the Seamoss and things of that nature. Like, so I knew that he was interested in Seamoss. Like, I'm not sure, and I guess Julian can answer this a little bit more. I'm not sure if St. Lucian understands the benefits of what Seamoss is doing for America, as far as how it's changing the lives, as far as how people are benefiting, especially Black people. If they kind of really understood it in that nature, I think it would be a little bit different. I think there are some that do. I just think that there's now more people that are in it for the money, and that's not just on the supplier side. That's on our side as well, as far as the buyer side.
Yeah.
Well, I do agree that there's a lot of people in St. Lucia that are like, they're not true farmers. They may say they're farmers and stuff, but they either don't have a farm or they haven't spent that time doing the hard. Like they're in it more for the money or the benefits from the. That's why a lot of them are leaving, right? That's what I'm being told a lot, is that because of the market prices drop so low. There's a lot of people that are just walking away from Seamoss because it's just not worth it for them, right? But I've got guys where it's kind of like, they're like, I don't care how low the price drops. I'll always be, what I mean, dealing with. That's my life. That's what I mean. That's all I know. And so, yeah, it is kind of fucked, but you know, what are you gonna do? You
Hey,
gotta be careful about you do. You know what I mean? I don't know.
it's the nature, but it's the nature of business, though. Like this is anything that's starting to make a profit, you're gonna have.
Yeah.
Like you're gonna have a abundance of people that are gonna come through, and then you'll start to realize a lot of, like, I know about a good year and a half ago, around, I would say July 2020. I would say in between June of 2020 and September 2020, I probably sold so much Seamoss that's probably sitting in people's house right now, and they don't know what to do with it.
Yeah,
that's true.
Because everybody jumped on the bandwagon of wanting to be in the Seamoss industry, and people were buying 25 pounds, 50 pounds, like it wasn't nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was easy to sell a 25-pound bag back in June, July, August, or in 2020.
Mm-hmm.
But when I would come with the 25 pounds, 50 pounds, people be looking at me crazy. Like, okay, what is all this? And I'd be like, this is what you bought.
Lord, yeah.
You bought 25 pounds. This is what 25 pounds of Seamoss. I'm guessing right now, most of the people probably got 15 pounds of Seamoss sitting in their house.
It's
Maybe
funny.
even more than that.
Yeah, because I know a girl that called me the other day, was like, I ordered 25 pounds from you. And I'm like, okay, well, how much do you have left? She's like, I still got the 25. I'm like, what? You haven't sold any of it? Like, that was like 6 months ago. What have you been doing?
They got it and didn't know what to do with it.
Yeah.
That's what, and I understood that's what happened to a lot of people. Like, a lot of people on this side started getting into business and they didn't know what to do.
Yeah.
That shit is true. That's why, you know what? It's funny y'all talking about that, because even myself, I'm like, I gotta learn how to do what to do with a little bit before I learn what to do with a lot. You know what I'm saying? You know, because if you don't have no plan for the little bit, you know, what you gonna do with a lot? You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you gonna do with it? And my point is, like, some people be missing it because they just like, oh, in their minds, at least, I know they're thinking like, I need 100, 200, 300. I need all these pounds, and it's like, what you gonna do when you get it? You know what I'm saying? And I think even that, Rick, you was telling me. Matter of fact, it was you that told me that. You was like, I don't know if you remember when you told me when I was talking to you when I first was thinking about buying more Seamoss, and you was like, if I was you was like, don't get 100 pounds until you got some 25s and 50 pound plays set up. You know what I'm
Exactly.
saying? I ain't listen to you though.
No,
but now I understand why. Cause I told you before, it was time. I'm like, oh, man, he hating. He don't want me to, you know what I'm saying, come in and do what I thought I was gonna do. You know what I'm saying?
no,
But
man. I'll tell you off experience. I'm like, bro, if I would just like now, I'm going back to what you're talking about right now. I'm going back to that same motto.
yeah, yeah. It's like,
I'm really
you know, cause when I really think about it, I'm like, if I just stand on my prices and I be patient for the right customers, you know what I'm saying? Like 50 pounds is a lot. You know what I'm saying? You can make a decent profit off of 50 pounds of CMOS.
make a
You know what I'm
wonderful
saying?
profit.
Yeah. So, but a lot of people they don't get that. You know what I'm saying? So the fact
Well,
that from where I came from to now, just in terms of buying, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, you know, I got a whole lot of options, but I just need to hone in on what they are for what I have and then start hammering at those things. You know what I'm saying? Until I get that down pat.
so and like when I first started, man, like I had that same mind frame. Like I wanted as much CMOS as I possibly could get. Reason why, because I like my whole mind frame was like, okay, if I can get a major supplier in every state, then the CMOS will go as it needs to. So that is my whole thing is building up. Like I would try to go from one state to the next state and find me one person in each state and be like, okay, if I can sell 100 to 200 pounds of this person every month, then really 100 to 200 pounds, truthfully, if you sell 200 pounds to somebody in the state, they can probably lock up the state. Because 50 pounds a week is a lot. And really people don't understand that. Like when I first started, I didn't think that 50 pounds was a lot. I thought 50 pounds, oh, that's just 50 pounds. No, 50 pounds is a lot, especially with St. Lucian Seamoss.
Yeah.
Like with the old Jamaican Seamoss, 50 pounds is not a lot. Like when you're dealing with because a lot of times that what we're dealing with is what the Seamoss was before St. Lucia Seamoss. And so a lot of things changed. Like when we first started, we were actually in competition with Jamaica more than anything, and Jamaican Seamoss was totally different. So what happened is that there are people that were getting Jamaican Seamoss at that time for $10, $12 a pound, and however, they were only getting 5 to 8 jars out of their pound. But we're trying to compete with them. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
And so that's when the price went down low because now you're trying to compete, even though they're not getting as many. That $12 a pound just looks so good to where you just want people to try your product out. And so,
sorry to interrupt you. I just
go
want to
ahead.
and it's hard when these guys are coming to you and they're trying to price the thing and they're like, well, I can go to Jamaica and get it for $10 a pound or $7 a pound, but it's like I never even thought about that, Ricky, until you brought it up. Well, wait a minute, you know these are like apples and oranges. Like the yield you
It's
get from Jamaica is nowhere near what you get from St. Lucia. But continue.
and when you first started out, that was your competition. That's who you were dealing with, and you're like, okay, so let me get you to switch over. And most people that end up switching over did not go back because of the yield that they were getting. However, you done priced it at a low price now to deal with them. Now it's to the point where now it's like, okay, so now I got you hooked. I'm gonna raise my prices up. You know what you're getting now. That's how I'm and I don't want to deal with 1,000, 2,000 pounds.
Yeah,
I just want to deal with a couple hundred.
It's a lot
I
to
just want to deal with a
store.
couple £100.
Yeah, it's a lot to like. It's a lot of overhead. You know what I
It's
mean?
a lot to manage. It's a lot to like. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot of everything. And truly, if you're, I'm gonna leave that to the St. Lucians to deal with that much weight.
Yeah,
You know, because there is really more of a situation where, like, I know Julian's connected. I know Julian has somebody on the ground, so his worries aren't my worries when it comes to the Seamoss.
Yeah, and my relationship with my guy is in such in a way where it's like almost like what do they call it? Like mutual destruction. Like if he fucks me over, he's fucking himself over.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? Like if he tries to, jip me on the SEMA, he's just jipping himself. Like it's like you lose, I lose, you lose. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Once you
investment.
have a partnership like that, you
Yeah.
can't go. Yeah,
Can't go wrong.
I'm going under that umbrella.
Yeah.
I just want to get the Seamoss out. Like if I can just say, hey, I need 300 pounds real quick, and I can get 300 pounds, and even if I have to pay an extra price, man, I'm with that. I'm good. The Seamoss is already sold.
Uh-huh.
And that's where I'm at right now, is that the Seamoss is already sold. I just don't want to have to deal with the issues of getting the Seamoss.
Mm-hmm. And that was one of the things, like you talked about how you guys started in the business and you were thinking about selling this. I actually kind of did it the opposite, where I knew I only had so much CMOS, so I actually priced it up higher in a sense to make sure that I never ran out. And I only took so many people. Like there were some guys where I would just be like, no, I can't service you. Like, this is too much. And like if I sell you, like I'm only getting 300, 400 pounds right now at a time. If I sell that all to you, who am I going to sell? Like, what about all my other? Like that's the one thing that we always say whenever we take on a new larger client. How are we going to supply him and continue to supply the people that we're already supplying? And a lot of times we've turned deals down because the price wasn't right based on the fact that we would have to divert too much of our quality to them. You know what I mean? And have, like it's like we don't want our core clients to suffer at the expense of trying to satisfy this guy, and they want it for less. Do you know what I mean? Like sometimes you got to look at it and say, you know what, dude, fuck you. Like I would rather take the money that I lose, giving you the discount, and pump it into my own advertising or whatever, and I'll sell three times as much.
Yeah.
That's that scenario.
That's yeah.
That's and you know what? I think that's the scenario that I've been kind of wrestling with, because I'm one of them that I always wanted to. I'm more for selling for the people and having people start businesses and get their own clientele. But I'm at that point where right now it's like, okay, I'd rather just do ads, because it feels like people don't want your help. People don't want to do business with you.
They don't.
So it's like, okay, so people don't want to do business with you until you're already hot.
Mm-hmm.
Like once you get hot, then everybody wants to do business with you then.
Mm-hmm.
But my motto is that is for the people. Like, okay, so if I create something, it's cool for me. Like once it becomes cool to everybody else, it's not cool to me anymore. If I create something, once it becomes cool to everybody else, it's not cool to me anymore.
Yeah,
like I'm way past it.
Yeah,
and so that's what you see a lot of times. And this is what I'm fearing about Seamoss, is that a year from now it starts to get real cool, and I'm like, man, I'm so burnt out.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's like, oh man, everybody's making $1 million off of Seamoss, and then I'm burnt out and like, man, I don't even want to do this no more.
Right.
That's what I'm scared of right now. That's my fear. That's my biggest fear right now, that I burn myself out trying to market and promote it and get everybody onto it. And then once I say, man, these people ain't onto it, and I start going on and looking at certain other things, and then everybody starts taking Seamoss.
Yeah, then it takes off.
I did that with Bitcoin.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's another. I'm like, man, I was on Bitcoin a long time ago, and then and then I got off of it.
Yeah, and now it's hard
Now
to get back into it.
and now I can't. The way my brain works is fuck
Mhm.
Bitcoin. It's almost on some fuck Bitcoin shit. Like,
I kind of get like that too sometimes with Bitcoin.
so, yeah, I don't want to be like that, and I don't want to be like that with Seamoss. So I'm kind of, how you kind of, I'm pacing myself, so I don't, uh,
Burn yourself
burn
out.
myself out.
Yeah, I was about to say sometimes you need to take breaks. You know what I mean? And I don't know, or sometimes do what you're doing. You're changing it up. You know what I mean? You went from wholesale, now you're into the wholesale powder, and you know.
Yeah.
So Matthew says, I think it's a societal shift. People want to do their own thing. They dislike structure and don't want to be told what to do. Some people don't want to be told. Some people, it's like they just want you to tell them what to do. You know what I mean? Like I find there's a lot of people like that. Like just tell me what I need to do, and I'll do it. It's just like, you know, like the sheep kind of. I don't know.
Mm.
Man,
Oh boy.
so much. I be on coming on here and have the liquor food and get full. Just hearing all the information, my mind start feeling like it's shit, like it's swelling. It's a lot
Yeah.
of stuff,
So
man, to take in.
so what y'all got upcoming for the rest of the year or for the next 6 months? What's the plan? What's the course of action?
I'm gonna start getting out here, man, going in these stores and just talking to people and seeing. I want to, I'm like I said, I want to figure out how to take advantage of my relationships with y'all, and you
Hmm.
know what I'm saying, like on a different platform. You know what I'm saying, and just going in these stores, talking to people, and picking their brain and seeing who open for what, and then I can come back and bring that to the table with y'all and say, hey, you know, even if it's like, okay, send me some samples of this, Rick, send me 5, 7 bottles of the powder, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That I could take into these and matter of fact, I probably need to do that before I even go in and talk to them, so I can have it on hand. Is it a way that you can do like blind bottles without your brand on it, but still like purple, um, multicolor powder capsules, blah 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 blah?
Yeah, so really, like with the white label, is you just tell me, hey, I need purple powder.
Mm,
I send you the bottle with the purple powder.
okay.
Most people, they'll ask me to send like a copy of my label so they can kind of copy what's on there and then put their own stuff on it, which is cool. I suggest it. It saves you
Well,
a whole
I
bunch of
want
time.
to. I just need to get that for like presentation purposes. You know, going in and just having a conversation. You know what I'm saying, and showing them
Yeah.
what what I actually can supply them with, and if it's something they're interested in, once I talk to them about whatever price point that they may be thinking in their mind, then I can come back and say, hey, this is, you know what I'm saying, and then work it out that way, because I don't know the pricing of the powder and stuff like that, and it might change depending on whatever they're open to doing in terms of business. You know what I'm saying? So, um, I need to get one of each of them joints for
Yeah,
real.
and you know how we do it. Everything's negotiable.
Yeah.
If
But
it's
that's my point, and it's in
yeah,
this.
everything's negotiable. Like it's never a situation where it's like, no, we ain't doing that. Like
Yeah,
like we always bring it to the table if it's something that we feel that is worth it, and everybody and nobody's really stressed out,
yeah,
and everybody can make money. I'm all for that.
yeah. Because them twos and fews add up, and that's what I'm talking about. Just
Exactly.
like if somebody wanted 500 pounds, hey Julian,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? Somebody want
No
500 pounds.
problem.
If it go through, you know what I'm saying? Like, what can I, what can we work out on that? You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm for this year. That's what I want to start doing. I want to start opening my mind and thinking bigger in terms of just business overall and the relationships I got. Because if you got good contacts with people, what good are they if you ain't working them? You know,
You're right about that.
what's
You're
good?
right. Hold on, I'm trying to get this.
Because I get tired of people asking me about, and even the person that asked about the 100 pounds. You know what I'm saying? Like I shut it down the way that I shut it down, but based on the price point. But I didn't even think to be like, cause in my mind, I'm like, well, Julian not going, but how I know what you gonna do? You know what I'm saying? Like I ain't even bring it to your table and say, hey, this person asking this, like, and this the price point they talking about. Is it something you feel like, that you can work with? Blah blah blah. Do
Mm-hmm.
do you want me to pass the information to this person? You know what I'm saying? Whatever.
I
So
would have sold like at 100 pounds. I would have sold you some in a way that you still would have made a few bucks off it, and I would have even probably shipped it for you.
yeah. So I'm,
But here,
I-
here's a
I'm
trick that I sorry to cut you off, but here's a trick because I see what you're saying. Like when they're talking, oh, drop that price down. I don't do it, but I would be kind of like, okay, well, how many times are you going to buy this at this
right,
price, and how often, and
right,
maybe do the because a lot of my calculations aren't based on a single sale. It's
right,
based on,
Yeah,
on the volume. So how much are you doing in a month?
yeah.
If
Can I
I
right,
have you locked
calculate,
in each month for this? Like,
yeah,
is this gonna be a one-time situation where you're coming to get 100 pounds and I'm not gonna hear from you for the next 6 months,
I'm not
right,
interested in that.
or are you gonna come back every month for this same
Yeah.
amount? If you're gonna
right,
come back every month for the same amount, that's something that I can work with, because then that's something that we can say, okay, well, we can actually add this into our monthly on what we need to send in a month. Like if you're just
Exactly.
saying that you just want 100, 200 pounds, and I'm not going to see you again for another 6 months to a year, I probably don't want to do it, because the only thing
No.
it's going to do is alleviate the amount of Seamoss I have for my regular customers, and
right,
that's where it becomes the issue is, you know. And then and these people will work you. These people will try to work. Oh yeah, I'm gonna buy every month. Okay, can I put that on the contract?
right,
Can I get a contract saying that this is what you're gonna do every month?
Yep.
For the next 6 months. No, okay, it's under contract. So and can I draft your account?
Yep.
right.
Like and so, because what happens is is you have to understand, these people want a major discount.
Mm-hmm.
That's
All
all
right, so
they're
with
caring
that
about.
major discount comes a contract that has to be instated.
Mm-hmm.
And I got to the point where it's nothing personal, it's just business.
Yeah.
Like what happens is they want to take it personal when you ask them, okay, so I need to lock you into a contract. Well,
Mm-hmm.
what do you need to lock me into a contract for? Because you gotta understand something. This is my business,
Right.
and so how I spend my money, I have to spend my money a certain way. I have to know every month I have to buy. Like I don't want to guesstimate that you're gonna come back this month, and then I go buy an extra 100 pounds,
Right.
And then
and then
they
I
sit
don't
there.
see you.
Yeah.
Like that money could be circulating doing other things.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
And so if my money's just sitting there in 100 pound box, then it's not working out for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, like, I could put that in another product and got that product up and running.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So that's why I tell you, if you're locked in for the 100 pounds and you want it every month, then yeah, I'll lock you in, and then you got that wonderful price. If
Yeah.
not,
This is
But
or
what I think.
I don't even start off with that. I tell them that we can work into that wonderful price, but you know what I'm saying? It's gonna
that's what
take a
I
few
do.
months.
Yeah. That's what I
It's
do.
gonna take. I'm gonna start you off at this price to see if you're serious. If you're serious,
Then
then
you'll come back.
yeah,
That's exactly what I do. I give them the price that I want, and I say, "Well, come back, and I'll give you." Sometimes I'll even say, like, if you come back, I'll give you an even better price. So this time it's 30, but you wanted 25. If you come back within the month, I'll give it to you for 22.
yeah.
Right.
But the truth is, 90% of the time, they never ever come back at the time that they come back, but not when they say that they're going to. Like the amount
Right.
of people that say to me, "Oh, I'm going to do 100 pounds a month," and then I don't see them for 6 months. Like, like
it's a ridiculous amount.
yeah,
Eh,
it's a high ratio. And I understand it, because some people have ambitions. They say, "Oh, I'm going to sell," and they want to sell that much. You know what I mean? And I want them to sell that much. But the market's the market, and sometimes the market isn't in your favor, and you can't sell that much like you think you can. Unless you're selling that much already. You know what I mean? And then that's always my question: is, okay, well, who are you buying from? You know what I mean? Like, who am I taking
Exactly.
your business away from? Because
Yeah.
I don't know, I'm not so much as much as I'm in it to make money, and I feel guilty sometimes when I'm like being competitive with people. But it's like I would almost rather work with the person to increase their market so that they can buy off me and buy off the person that they're originally buying.
Right.
But a lot of times, sorry.
That's a big thing, because a lot of times you get with people and like, well, I get it from somebody else, and the price is like, and you be like, okay, well, tell your person that you get it from to come holler at me.
Yeah,
People think that's so disrespectful. I'm like, no, that's not disrespectful. It's that you have a relationship with that person.
yeah,
That person needs me more than you need me.
hmm,
Mm.
Like
yeah.
your supplier needs me more than you need me.
Yeah. I actually did something like that recently, where a guy was kind of like, I get mine from a farmer in Labrie, whatever, but it's difficult to get this small amount here, rah, rah, rah. So I was like, okay, I'll help you out, but get your guy to call me, because maybe we'll buy the CMOS off him. And he's like, word? And I'm like, yeah. I'm going to go, you realize that the difference, like what he's selling it to you for, it costs you much because you're only getting 20 pounds from the guy, and he's got to do all this shit to ship it, and da 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 da. You know what I mean? And it's like we're doing way more volume on it, and so a lot of those costs are mitigated. You know what I mean? They're because of the numbers. So it's almost like we'll throw on the extra. You know what I mean? And why not? You know what I mean? Like, we need more CMOS. We're gonna sell
Yeah.
more CMOS. So you know what I
Well,
mean?
what happened with that is that a lot of people don't understand that concept. Like, I'll understand it, you'll understand it, Julian, but there's not going to be too many other people that will
No,
understand that concept.
no, I know.
Because once you get over 1,000 pounds, then it's more of a custom situation.
Hmm.
It's more of, I need to get as much CMOS as I possibly can because I don't want to pay customs.
Yeah. Well, it's the difference between paying an extra dollar on your pound, or paying an extra 10 cents.
Exactly.
You know.
Yeah, only thing you want to tell people is, no, just come over here. I'll get it to you for the same price. I just don't want to pay customs.
Yeah.
Mm.
We're just all going in on customs.
Hmm.
Like, when people start to understand that and just say, hey, yeah, that makes sense.
Well, that's one of the things that I'm hoping with the association, is that everybody would be able to pool all their sort of purchasing, so that we can start bringing in, like, or we can be comfortable bringing it. Because I can get, like, not, I don't want to say this. I have a lot of access to CMOS. So, like, if I had confirmed orders for 10,000 pounds or 20,000 pounds, I know who to go to get it. Like, I could even probably get it on credit, but I'm not going to go take it until I have those numbers in my hand. Do you know what I mean? Which right now I don't. Right. So
It's all about getting that consistent number. Once you see a consistent number, it's the consistent number.
yeah, because one day you could be selling thousands, and the next day you're selling hundreds.
Like,
Mm.
okay, so I always, like, I've been telling my customers right now, and like, from now until, and this is all going off of last year.
Mm,
Now until April is when you should start pouring as much money as you possibly can into your business.
hmm.
Mm.
Last year, this time until March, April was the best time as far as CMOS in the last year. I think last March I probably made $40,000 in 1 month.
Hmm.
That was my good month. And then I think it was May. I think I might only made 8,000.
Yeah.
So it went drastically down. But you gotta understand why. Is most of our clientele is black. What do black people wait to spend money? What time frame do black people spend money on?
Summertime.
Income tax time.
Yeah. Okay. Tax time.
Once income tax time pop up, guess what? You have a lot of extra money that's being exploded around in the black community.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Matthew says, Ricky, do you mean purchase as much moss as possible in this period?
It's not necessarily purchase. It's more of building your clientele, getting your clientele up. Going out there because there's a lot more money out there. So the person that necessarily wouldn't spend $20 is going to spend $20 in the next couple months. And so if you can lock that person in and you being that person's Seamoss supplier, this is the perfect time to do it. Because most of those people, they're gonna. I would say if you get 10 customers, if you can lock them in, if you can typically lock 7 of them in. If you got good products, if you got good Seamoss, you're gonna lock 7 out of 10 in. The other 3 will kind of be sporadic. They just want to try it out, but 7 out of 10, they'll start to see the benefits and they'll be locked in. And so that's how I kind of look at it. This is the perfect time to lock in your customers, get new customers, and try to have them start a business to where they're kind of invested. Show them how to do business and things of that nature. This is the perfect time to do that.
I agree.
Everybody's gonna want to start a business. When the income tax comes, you be like, hey, you got an extra $500? I can show you how to start a business with $500. And next year you can write all that off. Most people gonna do it. Most people got a little bit of money to do that.
Yeah, no. And then back then too, there was a lot of that stimulus money coming around too.
And it's coming back. I'm telling you, this is the time where it starts to come back.
Yeah, because
Like,
I do see the sales starting to increase and new people starting to sell too. Like I'm getting newer customers in the last since
like
the new.
that's why I had to tell you, hey man, I need to get with you like ASAP. Like I wasn't selling no gold. Like when I say it was like low on gold, like I started selling like purple came big for a quick second, but it was sporadic. And then in the last week, I say everybody hit me up. And this is a week where I actually intentionally say, you know what, I'm gonna get everything in order. I'm not gonna buy no more gold. I'm not gonna do a quick buy. I think I talked to you about it too, boss guy. Like, yeah, I'm not gonna buy nothing. I'm sitting for a minute. I'm gonna let this go down, and then the phone calls start coming in, and I think I sold out of 3 pounds and 5 pounds, and people started to panic.
Like what?
Yeah, they're like, hey man, I don't see you. I'm like, I done had 400 pounds of gold on here for the last 2 months. And when I get down to a couple pounds, now you want to hit me up?
Right.
That's how it is.
So I be kind of feeling like, are y'all watching my page and y'all just hit me up when you see I'm low?
That's what I was about to say. People probably be peeking. You know what I'm saying? Like, let me just go and check and make sure and see. You know, did he have enough? And then when they see that box saying, "Oh no, it ain't enough,"
they start to panic. I'm like,
yeah.
I'm like, okay, I'm gonna put it back. I'm gonna put it back on sooner or later. I'm just not I just haven't really been in a hurry.
Yeah. Well,
I got too much multi right now. That's the problem.
Yeah, it'll come around.
Hey, I got a whole. I probably have like 400 pounds on top of a desk right now, just sitting, bagged up. I don't know what. Like it's like, hey, y'all come get this stuff.
Yeah, I seen you were doing a sale on it. Everybody,
I'm still doing it. I'm doing this. I'll be doing the sale for life. It feel like.
Yeah.
like it's like, man, y'all come get this. And the worst part about it is, I love multi.
No, I was gonna say it's not bad.
That's my favorite.
Yeah.
And so I be confused. I'm like, okay, y'all don't do multi?
Like, it's not that, man. It's just that people not interested in the benefits. They don't understand that they're getting the best of all the worlds in the multi. So only thing they know is, let me order this gold, and you know, because in their vision, that's what you need to have in order to make money from it.
And I think
Yeah.
maybe that we need to like start doing more research on the like, because honestly, I people ask me the question all the time: what's the difference between the purple, the full spectrum, and the gold? And I have my opinion, but I don't honestly know. Do you know what I mean? Like I haven't tested them. I don't like you know what I mean?
Truthfully, I don't think there's. All right, so I don't think there's a huge difference,
Uh-huh.
but I do feel okay. So I feel different from when I take gold and when I take purple.
Yes.
When I take purple, feels like medicine.
Yeah. Strong.
Gold feels like it's a multivitamin.
Yeah.
Multi full spectrum, it's like it's a whole nother ball game. I
Mhm.
don't know. Like, okay, so even when I do the gel, like I like to take the the multi gel. It tastes good to me, plain. Like I can't explain it. I don't know what it is. It's just that I can take multi gel and and
No problem.
I love it. Purple, I can't do that. I'm like, oh, oof. Gold, I really can't do it either. But multi is something about that multi. It's just different.
I'll have to try some more lately.
It's just different.
I always stick to the gold. I've always been a gold guy. Never been really big on the purple or the green once in a while, but like I'm
I
to me it's like daily is the gold. If you're gonna take it every day, like the other stuff can be too hard, you know?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I agree with you on that. The gold is for like that's how I look at a gold as multivitamin. Um, the the multi is more of like if I do gold, I'll probably take two tablespoons. If I do multi, I probably take one and a half. I feel like it's kind of like a bot. I'm out.
Yeah,
Um,
it's yeah, it's definitely stronger.
All of them probably more palatable though if you just I don't know put it in a smoothie or something that just smooth the taste out.
But a
You know what I
smoothie is
mean?
too much work. It's too much work. I just squeeze it in my mouth. Fuck it. Like if I had to make a smoothie every time I had Seamoss, I probably would eat Seamoss. I
No,
would
I'm
eat.
talking about like the purple and the
Oh yeah,
greens, like the ones that are stronger. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Yeah,
man,
because I can
hey,
take the gold and the multi like it ain't nothing, and all I do is blend dates in it. You know what I'm saying? And
yeah,
I'm good to
yes.
go. But I've never tried the purple or the green gel. I just heard
Um,
it was strong.
man, okay, so the green gel is not. Okay, taste wise, it's not strong, but man, when I tell you, boy, woo,
Yeah, I think
that
Julian said he take it. I remember you saying one time you was like you like to take the green when you really trying to clean yourself out.
Yeah.
man, boy, that will clean you out. I
Like
didn't
10 pounds later.
temp like immediately. Like
Really?
I don't know what's in that, but okay, so
The
uh
chlorophyll.
yeah, that Crystal was actually so she was trying to flush herself out, and so she was putting in the smoothies. I didn't know she was putting in the smoothie, so like she would put in the smoothie, and I'm like I would eat something, and then right after I eat, I'm like running to the bathroom. I'm like, what? And I'm just my whole entire insides is coming out. I'm like, what in the world is going on? So she's like, yeah, I've been. I'm like, that's that green sea moss, and she's like, she gonna laugh about it. Um, man, yeah. Now my body's a little bit more used to it, so
Yeah.
I'm able to. But that first couple days, shoot,
I
anything
think
that was in me that wasn't supposed to be was out.
you got to transition to it though. That's why they say start with the gold. You know what I'm saying? Get your body
Yeah.
used to that, and then you could transition to the multi, and then once you on that and the gold for a while, then you want to
Hmm.
step it up to the purple and the green. Those for Seamoss aficionados.
Man,
You know
I
what I'm
would not
saying?
take purple all the time.
No, me either.
I would not take like if okay. So this is the thing: if you start taking purple every day, there ain't no going back.
Yep.
Like they ain't like like
What
they
you
ain't
mean?
like there's no going down. It's like having the best. It's like having the best. Like if you smoking the best stuff, and then you get some mid, like you
That
get
purple,
like
that
you're not gonna.
series.
Yeah, like you can't like okay, it's gonna be hard to go back to gold. It's gonna be hard to go because it's so strong, it's so potent that
Yeah.
going back to anything else is like okay, why am I gonna even go back? Like if I really feel sick, I'll go to purple.
Mm. Mm. Okay. Okay. That purple is real medicine, huh?
Woo, boy, that
Yeah.
purple man, I say that's that medicine cabinet.
Yeah.
I actually like to use purple with elderberry.
Mm.
Yeah,
Okay.
elderberry like purple and elderberry go hand in hand. Um,
Okay.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna make some tonight.
There you go.
I
I'm gonna
might
make
make
some
some
tonight.
soursop tea. That's what I.
That's actually I'm gonna put some soursop in it. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna blend the elderberry with soursop leaves. Put some cloves, put some cinnamon, a couple things up. Put some mullein in it.
Mm-hmm. I
Blend it
drink
all. In.
now while we're talking, but I'm afraid I'll fall asleep before the show's over. Fucking soursop puts me out, man. I'd be like the nod. I'd have the like,
Soursop help you sleep.
oh yeah,
Oh
bro.
man,
Fuck
I
yeah.
didn't know that either until I actually had a customer of mine. Um, she actually was dealing with cancer, so I give her soursop leaves, and so she was like, "Rick, that stuff worked." She was like, "I was sitting up there, I was drinking, then she said I had my second cup. Next thing you know, I woke up."
Yeah,
She was
exactly
like,
it.
"What?" She's like, "Yeah,
Everybody
I
can't
woke
take
up."
that soursop though, right? That soursop is like a blood thinner too, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Probably. Why you can't take things that thin your blood out, or
Nah, cause I'm already on a blood thinner.
oh, okay.
yeah,
Yeah, do some research to see what it actually does. But I know, like, for the most part, it makes you really sleepy. You know what I mean? Like really
I mean,
relaxed
people love it.
and
Like
mellow.
people love it. One of my clients, they down Mississippi selling it by the gallons. Like people running
yep.
back.
I got somebody. It's something about Mississippi and soursop.
Yeah, that soursop must be something serious.
Yeah, I like to mix it too with a couple Baileys, with a sweet
Mm,
Baileys together. Oh,
yeah. Oh no, I heard the sweet Bailey is good for you too.
yeah, yeah, for sure,
Yeah.
for sure, for sure,
Now,
for sure.
let me figure
All
out
right,
what I'm about
y'all.
to do.
It's
Hey,
whatever.
it's your time, ain't it?
It's
Yeah,
all yeah. But I'm off tomorrow, man. I'm about to go actually pour me another glass of red wine, man. And you know, I don't know, but I'm gonna enjoy having a little time. I'm about to peek out the window and see what this freezing rain and snow was doing because it was coming down something vicious.
Yeah, it was like they closed everything in Georgia
Did they?
for for some flurries.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Like I just looked outside, they're like, oh, like you, like this is the best time if you had to go do something. It's the best time to go do something. Nobody was on the road. I seen like 5 cars. I was like, what in the world, man?
I know.
You
I
go to
rode.
only thing open Walmart, everything else closed. I'm like, bro, y'all really closed because of snow?
Our
What?
road's
It's
gonna be
Georgia.
tore down, man. It's only like 20, 26 degrees here, so it been
Uh,
cold as shit. And I know them. All that shit gonna be a sheet of ice in the kitchen.
Let me see.
Oh,
She
let's
was
see.
soaked earlier.
Well, anyway, man. Pardon me. I'm gonna tap back in with y'all, man. I'm about to get out of here.
mm,
Hey, Julian, I put them boxes in my car, so
okay,
I done got them out the corner.
and they're getting there.
Yeah, I had my sons, man, take the I was in here organizing when I had got that other shit in. I had boxes everywhere, but I got them out of here, so they officially downstairs in my truck. Now I
Oh,
just gotta print the things out and tape them on there.
That was my next question. Is the labels on there?
Yeah, nah. But that's the easy part. It was just getting the boxes downstairs first. So,
Mm,
um,
no, it's cool. I'm not in a big rush for it. I mean, we're shipping again this week, and
okay.
yeah, a lot of Seamoss. I think we're probably sending like over 3,000 pounds. But like he sent me videos, and oh my gosh, like I haven't seen the actual Seamoss, but I can tell by the way the sacks are shaped and the push, and you know what I mean. It's gonna be nice, light, fluffy, and not too dry. Yeah, like it's gonna be nice, good sea moss, nice golden, light gold. I'm really like you talk about Christmas, like Ricky. I feel
Yeah.
like Christmas is coming. You know what I mean? Like that. Oh, I can't wait till it's on the plate. Oh, yeah, yeah.
See, I get excited about that stuff. Like okay, so y'all be like me, y'all track every couple hours. I
What?
be tracking everything. Like when that thing get on the plane, I know when it hits Atlanta.
Yeah,
I know everything. I'm really like a kid in a candy store. I'm like, okay, Christmas time, come on.
well,
Yeah, I do that. I mean, once I get that paperwork and I know that it left St. Lucia, then I be on it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hmm.
I track it once it gets to Miami. Once it's in Miami, then I know like it's this many days before they put it on the truck. This many days, so I kind of have an idea of what it is.
Mm.
Because like honestly, that's they track it till it gets to Miami, and then they'll say, okay, it's on the truck, and then I don't hear about it until it's in Canada. So it's hard to track.
So
They
you
drive
don't
it.
use American? You use Amerijet though. You don't use
Yeah,
American Airlines.
no, but this week we're gonna try American Airlines because
I love American Airlines. I'm not gonna lie.
yeah. Well, when we did the initial research, it showed American Airlines was more expensive. But lately, we're speaking to other people, and they're telling me American Airlines is better, cheaper, and then also they fly out almost every day. Where
Okay,
American
that's
once a
that's
week.
the thing. That's the thing. Okay, so American Airlines, like the biggest thing about American Airlines is I forget what they call it, but it's filling up one of those containers.
Yeah.
So if you know that the container holds like 1,000 pounds,
Hmm.
and you say you want to do, and you're shipping out 3,000, or say they say that you can put a certain amount of boxes in this container that's going underneath the ship. So in these containers, you might be able to put 1,200 pounds in each container. So you be like, okay, I want to put 2,400 pounds in there. It's going to be a lot cheaper. I won't say a lot cheaper, but it's actually it does get cheaper if you actually are filling up the container to exactly what the capacity is.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And so like if the container fills up 1,200 and you send out 1,400, you're gonna end up paying more.
Yeah, because you're gonna do a container and the
You gotta
load.
do another container, and
Mhm.
so it's just okay. Just fill up this container. Once you fill up this container, then okay. Let me fill up another container. You be like, all right. And once you work like that, one thing I didn't like about Amerijet is that it took a week to get the product.
Mm.
Like with American Airlines, it's there like the next day.
Yeah, that's what
Like
I look at America.
so, time wise, it depended on if like I think for you, Julian, just because you have it so scheduled to where you know that you're not gonna run out,
Hmm.
Amerijet works for you because you know you're not gonna run out.
Yeah.
Like me, I might sell 300 pounds in one day, and I might only have 50 pounds of gold left. Like
Hmm.
I gotta get that American airline. I gotta get that American airline one. I can't do the Amerijet.
Yeah, yeah. You got to get it
So
quick because you need it
yeah,
next.
it kind of works different, but um, I say if you're not in a rush, Amerijet is actually probably better.
Yeah, okay.
Hey, let
Well,
me ask y'all something right quick before I go.
okay.
So my customs broker, when I had sent her a payment, right, and I didn't speak back to her, but then she had sent me an email that I had read. It said the single entry bond was issued additional $45. So what does she mean by that?
So what? Okay, you have to renew your bond.
But she got to do it because I don't do none of it. I don't know nothing
Yeah,
about
so
that.
yeah, she has to renew it for you. Most of the time, like when you renew your bond, it's gonna cost you, I
Couple
think it's
$100.
$400, like
Yeah.
400 to 450.
But that's for a
But
year if you're doing like a
yeah,
year, right?
yeah, that lasts a year. And so
But
really what you have to look at is all right, so this is how I look at it. How many packages are you gonna be getting? Like how many times per year will you be getting CMOS?
right, I don't have no idea.
If it's more than 10, then get your bond.
Get the one for the year.
Get the one for the year. If not, then just pay the $45 every time it comes in.
Right, and that's what I thought I was doing. So that's why when she said an additional 45, I was like, I ain't understand like what she was talking about.
Additional 45. So yeah, it sounds like the bond expired.
Okay,
And so what happened? But she should have told you, "Hey, do you want me to renew your bond?"
right.
Like, did she ask you about bond renewal? Because that would have been
Mm-mm.
probably the next thing to do is probably bond renewal.
No, I just sent the normal payment that I normally send, and then she sent that email after that and said I had a $45 balance, and that was why. So yeah,
Yeah, I would just send her email and ask her if you can do the yearly bond, or is it a situation where I had to renew my bond?
well, she asked me initially, you know, when I first got with her, did I want to do it per year, but I was like, I ain't getting that many packages. You know what I'm saying? Right now, I'm in the beginning stages, so I was like, you know, I'll just do the single entry bond, you know, but it probably still had a time where you know you had to renew it. You know what I'm saying? Like you saying. So that's probably what it's for. So it's all good. I just wanted to
Yeah,
check it. I was just sitting here, excuse me, thinking about that while I was on here with y'all. So
yeah. I had to renew my bond just recently too. That's why I'm kind of like, yeah, you had to renew your bond.
yeah,
Because hey man, how you gonna what pay for that? I'm like, man, I'm just gonna pay y'all. I'd rather pay y'all this lump sum.
yeah, that's what's up. But that's why we need to get this shit organized, man. So I can just y'all can already have this shit over here, and I can just get it shipped from within the states. You know what I'm saying?
That's truly that, and that's why I was kind of speaking with Julian this whole week about is that because he actually had somebody in Atlanta. I'm like, you have somebody in Atlanta? I'm like, oh man.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, really, bro? You know how much? You know what I'm about to do?
Yeah, and
Like,
he's in Buford or something. Like
yeah,
it's not
he's
far from you.
really around the corner. So that means that so Julian just sends it to Atlanta, and I just go crazy from now on.
Yep.
And I don't have to worry about buying 1,000, 2,000 pounds at a time and sitting in the warehouse and trying to figure out how I'm gonna get all this stuff off. And then,
And
you
paying
know,
the fee to carry to hold it in the warehouse every month.
yeah. And,
Like
and
that's
then
yeah.
dealing with people that, hey, man,
Listen, man,
it's a lot,
it's up.
man.
It's up now.
It's a lot. It's a lot. And so now I'm in a whole nother different happy space right now.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm trying
Like
to get, I'm trying to line myself up to get in that lane, man, at some point this year. You know,
Just do it.
yeah,
yeah,
just that really that's all it is. Just do it. It's not that like really it wasn't too much to think about. It's just really a conversation.
yeah. Let me send my little whatever, you know, and switch my game plan up too. You know.
And
All right, man.
especially when you start looking at them big fishes, like start looking at them big fishes, it's always good to have that situation in place for you already.
Yeah, man.
And boy, yeah, I'm
Got
getting
that
excited
right.
just thinking about it.
All right, man. Well, I see y'all. Well, I don't, Rick. You know, you be in and out, man. You know, you be.
Man,
Well, maybe we'll
man,
catch you.
wifey be having me on schedule. Like
Mine
you
too,
see,
man.
hey,
Shit.
you guys. I got off, like, I got done with my powder at about 11:30. I was like, okay, now I can go outside and play with my friends.
Yeah, right.
Hey, can I go out and play, mommy? Is all your
Yeah,
chores done?
yeah,
It's,
man.
I'm, I'm,
Shit.
th- like, no, I'm listening to y'all, but you know how you just at the window and you watching outside and you seeing them playing, but you can't see.
You like,
Like,
I can't even go outside yet.
he was like, I finished this up.
I said, man, let me text this dude, man, see what he. I know you was down there doing something in Atlanta, down there in the kitchen, doing
Yeah,
something, grinding, dehydrating, something.
I was grind, man. Then it's been a crazy weekend because my freeze dryer. I don't know what I did, but I did something wrong, and it
Mm,
just messed up on me. And so the thing was is that the only one I haven't freeze dried purple yet,
mm,
and so it was the weekend that I was going to freeze dry purple, and so I knew it was going to be a bad weekend because like I had some lighter purple and I had some darker purple. And
mm,
I don't know why I said, let me mix these up. Now, and then when I washed them and put them on the trays, I'm like, this all look light skin now.
right.
I'm like, damn. I'm like, so this ain't gonna be no dark purple. This is gonna look more like bow tie purple.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, me being me, I said, fuck it, I'm gonna do it anyway.
See what
Like
happens.
it's shit. It's already on the tray. I might as well. So did I put it in there? And the machine, it actually uses so much power that it tripped my circuit, and so it was off though. Like I'm just in, like you like I turn it on, I just let it go for 40 hours. Every
Mm,
now and then I'll listen to it, make sure it's good. But I kind of went back there. I'm like, I don't hear this shit running no more.
mm.
So I look at the screen blank. None. I'm
What?
so it done tripped the circuit. So I'm trying to figure this shit out. Um, I've been dealing with this shit all weekend. I ain't made no freeze dried
Mm.
all weekend.
So you're
Matter of fact,
saying the machine has to work harder because it's purple?
no, I'm saying I'm not sure what happened, but as soon as I try to put some purple in there, it start fucking up.
Hmm.
Mm.
Interesting.
And I'm gonna tell you the reason why I start fucking up because I try to do some slick shit. That's why it start
That that's always what
fucking
happens.
up. Hey, I try to mix some light skin with some purple with some dark skin purple, and I should just went all dark.
Hmm.
You know, I had some purple that I wasn't gonna use.
Leave well enough alone, man.
Man, I'm telling you.
Do you use it every day?
What, the freeze dried machine?
Yeah.
Do you make freeze dried every day? You almost have to in order to keep on top of it, right?
Right.
Yeah,
Because it's like
yeah.
40 hours that it takes to run the machine. You know what I watched on YouTube earlier today is a guy took steak and he freeze dried it, and then he rehydrated it with butter, and then he barbecued it, or he
Oh,
flamed
I think I
it.
seen something like that. I be on the freeze drive videos.
Mm.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy, and just the way the steak looked at after they did, because they did the butter through sous vide, right? That's how they vacuum
Mm.
sealed it, and then they put it in a sous vide thing to kind of heat it. Or no, that's how they cooked the steaks. They didn't barbecue the steaks; they cooked it by sous vide. That was it,
Mm.
which was pretty interesting. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I gotta
It looks
start
like it's
looking at
working
some of
fine
that
now.
freaking type of stuff. I need to start looking at some of that freeze dried process and how it's done actually.
Hmm.
Yeah, I want to like I need to buy some sour sop so I can freeze dry the sour sop. That's my next thing. I'm gonna freeze dry.
Mm.
Hmm. How much sour sop do you think you need?
Um, I'm probably just gonna order like 20, 30 pounds and do like 2 or 3 things of it. Because I think if I actually cut it up and put it on the plates, I'll probably be able to do about 5 to 7 pounds at a time.
Yeah.
Um, with that being said, I'll probably get like 30 pounds because I don't think it's gonna. Like I think I can. The easiest part about that is that I can actually freeze dry that without having them be on the trays. I can actually freeze it and it only take about 30 hours if I freeze it beforehand.
Yeah, because it's halfway there or partially there.
Exactly. So I think I'm gonna do that. I want to see how it turns out. I just want to have soursop powder.
I need to get better on our soursop link because like we're only shipping like 3-4 pounds at a time. Like when you said 30 pounds, I'm just like, whoa, that's a lot of soursop leaves.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about real soursop. No, I'm talking about the real soursop.
Okay.
The actual fruit.
No, not the leaves. Like I thought about freeze drying the leaves as well, but I want the real. I want to take the real fruit because the fruit only lasts a certain amount of time, and so it's best. Like what I found out is like it's best to really freeze dry it when you get it, and that means that now it has a 25-year shelf life after that, and it's pretty much the exact same as soursop. Only like if you cut it up and just add water, you got soursop again.
And so you're going to take the whole fruit and freeze dry the whole fruit.
And freeze dry the whole fruit.
Skin and all, eh?
Nah, I'll take the skin off.
Oh,
like I'm gonna take the skin. Like, okay, so what really ends up happening is like you're gonna cut it in chunks and you're gonna take the seeds and the skin out. And then have none but soursop left.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
No, that'd be really nice. No.
I got some mangoes in there that I'm gonna do too. I've already froze the mangoes, so I'll probably do those like this week, sometime this week.
Are you doing that with the skin on or the skin off on that too?
Skin off. No, we've already peeled the mangoes, everything. Like they're just sitting in the bag upstairs in the freezer.
What's crazy in St. Lucia, when they make their mango juice, they do the whole mango, like skin and all.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Like I saw her making it, and I was like, "What? Like, huh?" And she the only thing they cut out is the seed, and then they chop up the thing with the skin, and then they throw the whole thing in there and blend it up. I was like, "Whoa!" Which skin has got a lot of nutrients in it. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, like
you going to the bathroom.
Boy, that's what I was just thinking about. I'm like, man, like a lot of the nutrients is in the skin, and the skin will have you running to the bathroom.
I never knew that. No. Maybe they do something to the drink. I drank it. I didn't go to the bathroom.
Yeah, a lot of times most of the enzymes be in the skin. The digestive ones anyway. Like run straight.
Maybe it wasn't too ripe or something like that. You know what I mean? I don't know.
All right, gentlemen.
Yes, you've been trying to get going for the last hour.
Yeah, we'll hold you. I'll keep on saying stuff too. Every time you're about to get off, I'm gonna say something else.
I'm going to fill my glass up and finish chilling, man. I don't get to chill like this often, man. So you finish relaxing, man. I'll tap in with y'all in a minute.
All right, man. You have a good one, bro.
All right, you too, man. I'll talk to y'all in a minute. All right.
Wicked. Ooh. What are you making there?
This is elderberry syrup.
Nice.
So this has. It's funny that you said that because I'm almost afraid to make it. I'm almost afraid to drink it because it has soursop in it, and I have more work to do.
Yeah.
So as soon as I drink this, and when you said that, as far as it getting you tired, like I've been drinking this stuff for I've been drinking soursop stuff for like the last 2 weeks, and I swear, like I just crash out.
But I don't think it's just soursop. It's the soursop leaves that
no, yeah, it is. It is because this, like everything I've been doing now, like I've been boiling soursop leaves. So this elderberry has soursop leaves. I actually made a I took soursop and ginger, and then I added it to some lime, pretty much a limeade. So every time I drink a cup, I realize, man, now it's starting to make sense. While I was getting tired.
It's like starting to kick in.
Yeah, and so what I was doing, I ended up taking it with a bladderwrack and burdock root and Seamoss capsule, and so I'd be on like a real quick high,
And then a
to where
quick
I'm doing everything, and then I'm like, man, I'm tired.
Yeah, because it just hit you. I'm all
Man,
bummed though. I thought I had some, or maybe I do, some bay leaves.
I love your guys' bay leaves.
The bay leaves are good that we get from St.Lucian, eh?
Yeah, the sweet bay leaves.
Yeah, it's really good. And it's really good when you add it into the soursop tea. It just adds all, or even with the Day. Usually with the Day, I'll put the bay leaf, I'll put the soursop and the Day together, and make that like a. And I find that's the most potent. Like,
see, now you're gonna have me get some bay leaves.
you gotta, even just for cooking. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I love it in porridge. That's what I mainly put it in.
Oh, I've never tried it in a porridge.
So nice.
Mm-hmm. I think it would go nice. Like nice, have nice sweet flavor. You know?
Yeah. Like boil the herbs first, and then add whatever you want to add for the porridge.
Mm-hmm. And when you do your porridge, you do it like the Jamaican style porridge, where it's
So
like the
what
congee.
I love. Okay, have you guys tried fonio?
Who?
Fonio. It's a grain.
Oh, fonio. I've heard of it.
Yeah. Okay. And have you guys tried amaranth?
I haven't tried it, but I've heard of it.
Okay. So a lot of people love fonio, right? I don't, but I use amaranth. Like all my porridges, I always make amaranth. Like I don't even eat oatmeal anymore. It just doesn't feel right, you know. But yeah, amaranth. So I would boil the herbs first. So cloves, star anise, the sweet bay leaf, cloves, star anise, sweet bay leaf, and cinnamon. And then after I let it boil, and then that's when I add the amaranth, and it's so nice. It's so nice and simple, but I do blend it after because it has like a grits. It has like a grits texture. It's like little small little
Like
things.
grainies. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm. No, I want to try this year a little bit more of these herbs and different sort of like I want to start expanding my palette of these different stuff. You know what I mean? I'm not so much like into being a vegan or a vegetarian, but I want to try and add more vegetables or less meat options to my diet.
That'll be nice. You'll feel so much better.
Yeah, I hope so for sure. So here, Matthew made a comment here. He said, "Back when I was a teen, we would put a big slab of dry ice in a styrofoam cooler, punch 3 holes in each side, put a screen into the cooler that's above the dry ice, fill with shrooms, and close it. And the next day, the shrooms would be dried. It was like their do-it-yourself freeze dryer.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that is crazy. That's actually something I want to take that I haven't had in a while that I'd like to try as mushrooms.
Oh, what the hell, man? Oh yeah, I was supposed to give you some, but I didn't come see you because my friend got it from BC, and I'm just like, ugh, like I don't want to like take this right now. It's like whatever to me.
Yeah. I mean, you got to take a little bit at a time here and there, but yeah, I'm interested in if you want to meet up again or try to arrange something to meet up again. You know what I mean? I'd be happy to.
Whenever I'm on Danforth, I'll let you know. It's been a while because of winter, but I do. That's where I get my son's gluten-free bread. Like that's the only area that has it. That's closest to me, so yeah, I'll let you know ahead of time.
Yeah. Do you get it from what is it called? The Big Carrot?
I used to get it there actually, but there's a Healthy Planet in that area on Pape.
Okay.
And I think theirs is like 50 cents cheaper, so I just go there now, honestly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You know, the Big Carrot can get expensive and stuff, but they got good stuff. I had a friend that like worked there. He was like the manager, and so I would always get like different like
health snacks and all kinds of shit that he would get in the story. Have me try it out.
Yeah, they have amazing stuff. Like I really love them, but they're just really like Nazi now with like the muzzle and everything. But what was I gonna say? They have Irish moss there actually, and it's from Seamoss,
Mm,
and it's from Indonesia.
interesting. I wonder what the
Yeah,
quality is like being from Indonesia, and or even not the quality, but more like how dry. I find that a lot of these Asian countries they don't dry the sea moss completely.
right, and they're more thicker.
Hmm.
Have you noticed that as well?
Yeah, but that also could be partly due to the water conditions and the. I know that from what I've seen, the type of species that they cultivate in that area most is the Euchaeta cottonini. Like
Right.
Philippines is one of the biggest producers of sea moss in the world.
Yeah, it's crazy, and they're getting off you.
Yeah, well, those guys, yeah. But the thing is that there is a difference between the sea moss that they're selling and the sea moss that we have in St. Lucia. Mainly the the water conditions on the way it's grown. The sea moss in St. Lucia has a different appearance to it. It's not as bushy and not as thick. Like you said the sea moss was really thick there.
Yeah,
So it's really thick, and also when they're drying it and they're producing it, it's more for industrial like uses. Like I think they have like an agro processing facility there that will take the sea moss and extract it into different raw components. And so,
yeah. We have a lot of like jelly things there. Like we have like in the bubble teas, we have it in like our dessert.
hmm
It's like all colored as well. So now I could totally see why they do that.
for the different products, like
Yeah,
tapioca balls or something like that.
right.
My kids love those things. They're always making
Yeah.
boba. Is that what it is? Tea, boba, or something?
Oh, yeah, tapioca pearls.
Yeah, but they put that in the drink that they call boba,
Yeah, yeah,
which
boba.
which
Yeah,
is the Chinese tea, which is interesting, in, like how it's become so popular. I remember when I was in my 20s, I took this it was like there was this magazine called Black Pages that was basically an organization that was like a black directory, and they had this like program called the Youth Self. It was called YSAF or something like that, and it was basically like entrepreneurial youth. So I went there because it was like a government program where they basically paid you to learn how to write and develop a business plan. So I did this when I was like maybe 22 or 23. I would go every day and just get paid to sit in a room with a bunch of other black. Anyways, the whole point of the story is back then there was a Chinese guy in there, and he was planning to open up a bubble tea store, and we were all confused about the like back then no one knew what bubble tea was. And
right.
yeah, and so he had the machine, you know how you make the cup and you put the sealer on it and everything like that. He had
Oh
researched
yeah,
all that. He was going to put him in the stores, and I'd like to see if he actually did that business and did it take off. You know what I mean? Because he was like right at that like point, just like no one knew what bubble tea was, and so it's like I guess from pointing me telling the story is like to see where he was, you know what I mean, so fanatical about this, and no one
yeah,
knew shit, and they're just kind of like, bubble tea, till
yeah.
where it is now, where it's like my kids are going bonkers over it, buying tapioca and putting it into the kitchen. Like, like in
Right.
some ways, that's what CMOS is going to be like soon. Like
Yes, I
soon.
agree. I totally yes.
Mm.
And I wonder if we could make like a Seamoss tapioca pearls,
Why not?
right?
Yeah, if you get something to harden it, like some kind of
Exactly.
gel or dehydrator or whatever, I don't see
Maybe,
why not. Yeah,
yeah.
for sure, for sure. Yeah, but I do see like in the future like the CMOS like more. It's gonna be more powder based. You know what I mean? And it'll be something where you'll have it in your pantry and you'll just scoop up a spoon and throw it into like some mixture or add it to a soup or so, you know what I mean? Like it's gonna be in our kitchen, or I hope like salt. You know?
Yeah, and thing about the sea moss powder when it comes to texture is that you don't need to add a preservative. But if you use it gel, yes, you do for like obvious reasons.
Hmm. Well, that's one of the reasons why I see it move, like as it becomes more mainstream, people are going to switch to that fact that you know what I mean, they're not going to like the fact that the gel is not shelf stable, so they'll
Yeah,
get to something where because it's not convenient enough.
all it is there. And like sometimes it'll spoil in like 2 weeks.
Yeah,
Like it always depends on their fridge as well. So I started putting like
yeah. Your fridge has a big thing to play a part of it because a lot of people don't realize that some of their fridges don't get cold enough, and then there's also, I find a lot of times people like don't realize that they're contaminating the jar. You know what I mean? Like if you put the spoon in your mouth and put it back into the jar's messed.
yeah.
You know, like just one piece of saliva is all it needs, and then that thing's a petri dish, just growing. So
I've actually seen this YouTube video. I haven't seen it in a long while, so I can't really like go back and show it. But she actually made a Seamoss type of like a mock cheese.
yeah,
Like,
with the
crazy.
Seamoss, like a vegan cheese.
Yeah,
Yeah, I've seen some. I haven't done it myself, but I've seen some recipes where they show that, like how you can make the vegan cheese, and I don't know if it has sea moss in it. Uh, So
usually people do like cashew.
yeah,
Yeah.
they need to come out with like a serious, like, maybe I'll do that. Spend some time, a serious cookbook on
Ooh.
on CMOS recipes, because I always see like one or two recipes here and there, but you never see like an actual book. You know what I mean? Where someone's taking the time recipes. When they do the recipes, it's usually like ripped off from other sites or something like that. Like it'd be cool to have one where it's an actual, like, there's pictures in it showing what the meal looks like after it's been made or whatever. You know?
Yeah, great point.
Yeah. So yeah, I think that would be cool, just to have like a CMOS cookbook. Now you're gonna see millions of people around the like coming on the market with their own CMOS cookbook.
Yeah, but no, that would take a while, anyways.
Yeah. But they're
A lot of trial and error when it comes to that.
Yeah, if they do it like how I say to do it, but I think a lot of people will just rip off the recipes from other sites and try and put a book together. Like there's
Yeah,
too many
that's
times
true.
people are trying to cut corners and not do like a proper job on something. They
Yeah,
just want to slap it together and throw it out. And I think that's okay in the beginning to kind of test the market, but at a certain point you need to come pull it back and kind of like, you know,
yeah. This is
or
your line. This is you.
yeah, or you could keep it the same, but what happens is you leave yourself vulnerable to those that will like put the extra effort. Like when I see all these people like sort of not putting in the big effort in the business and stuff, a lot of it I'm just kind of like, like you're almost like you're making my job easy because all I got to do is put a little bit more effort than you're putting in,
Yeah,
and since you're not putting a lot of effort, it's not much that I got to put more, and I can stand stand above. That's not the word I want to say, but just separate myself, or you know what I mean. Have stand out from the crowd.
Yeah.
And I think that's what's important to be like in this business to get noticed is you have to
Yeah.
be able to, or even willing to, try to stand out or to be different. You know.
Yeah. That's exactly what I'm trying right now. It's a little bit difficult,
Uh,
but yeah, cause I like did it. I brought like the Seamoss soap over here like beginning of like 2020, and then now like everyone's doing it as well. So it's kind of like I'm trying to incorporate it on other things too.
yeah, make other products and stuff like that. Are you happy with the level of sales that you get? Like, do you wish you had more sales, or is it like,
Yeah, yeah, but it's also like obviously it's a reflection of like my work, right? Like how much time or how much work I'm actually putting in.
yeah?
Um, it's just I'm trying too hard. I'm trying too hard to. So that's why I do want to expand into the stores. So at least I have that, and then maybe focus on other things because I am looking for a 9 to 5 right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's very time consuming. But yes, of course, yeah, I do.
That's going to be challenging. With are you going to put your son into daycare? Or?
No, that's the issue as well. So I'm very picky right now with what which job I'm getting, and some of them are asking for proof, even though you are working at home.
Wow.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like I think Rogers is even doing that. So yeah, he's just gonna be at home with me. I'm up all night anyways, so hopefully I find something in the evening tonight or even nights. I'm totally fine with that.
Oh, and you'll have it so that it's really a job that you work from home then.
Yeah,
Okay, then
yeah,
that wouldn't be
perfect.
too hard. You know what I mean? I
Yeah,
thought you would be getting a job where you'd have to leave your office, or I mean, leave your house and go to an office. And then I was like, because I know from speaking to you, you're very, what's the word I want to say? You're very reluctant to allow anybody to look after your child because they're not
yeah.
going to treat them in they're going to let them eat food that you wouldn't let them eat and stuff like that. Which,
Yeah, and like he's so young where like if I ask him, "Hey, how's your day today?" like he can't even communicate with me properly in that way. So it's like if something happens, like
mhm.
he can't even like tell me.
That's a good point. I never thought about that. Like that they don't have a voice to kind of say if there's something wrong or issue. Like if they're not happy, even be going to that place because it's something that person's doing. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
But I don't. For me, with my kids, I don't think there was anybody that looked after them that wasn't a family member. Like I
that's
never
what
had
we
a
should
stranger
be.
look after my kid. I don't think I could ever do that.
Yeah, seriously, right? And
Yeah.
it's so nice. It's nice for them to be around like the older folks, like the grandparents as
Hmm.
well.
Oh yeah, the whole demeanor of my kids were like the way they were, I believe, because they every weekend they spent the weekend at my mom's house. So they spent
Very
a lot of time learning things that my mom would teach them, things that what I
exactly.
mean I might not know how to teach because you're a new parent, right? But
Exactly.
so I feel like a lot of their personality and demeanor is the way they are. Plus, I have a very close relationship with my brother and my sister, my whole family. So we spend a lot of time with each other. And so what I noticed with the kids is that they were always like almost every weekend they were getting together with their cousins, right? And that developed a security because with your cousins it's almost like you can't really fuck around, you can't, you know what I mean, like you see each other like it's family, like you have to have a certain sort of respect or treatment towards them, right? And
Yeah.
so it was like security with them to the point where their regular friends at school and stuff, if these guys kind of like bothered them or said something, or like they would just tell them beat it, like get out of here, like you know what I mean, like because I'd be like, oh, what happened to this friend? They were stupid, so I stopped talking to them because and then it was like, well, I'm just gonna hang out with my cousins. Like they were never in a position where they needed friends. They always had their family. You know what I mean? Which was their friends. So it's like they would it would be easy for them to kind of like they never chased their friends. Like it was kind of like if their friends weren't doing what they were into, they just be like, you know what I mean? Like forget you guys. I'm just gonna go hang out with my cousins. They get me, you know what I mean? And we get along, and I don't have to deal with this, you know what I mean?
Society.
Yeah, like how these social issues are around friends and all that kind of bullshit. The bullying and everything like that, which I still think is important. Like I think people need
I feel that.
yeah, to go through these sort of negative experiences at a young age so that they like the one thing I look at my kids and I feel like there's a lot of situations where they're not mentally prepared to deal with like negative situations. They get really like it gets overwhelming for them very quick. And it's because at a young age they weren't going out and dealing with this with their friends and stuff like that. They lived in a more controlled environment, you know. So it is what it is. But you're lucky you got a boy, right? You have a boy, right?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I mean, like, it's usually the boys that are troublemakers.
Hey, they're just not getting pregnant. You know what I mean? So that's like my biggest fear is that my daughters will decide to shack up with the wrong guy who's not
Yeah,
committed.
that's that situation. Yeah.
Yeah, and then they're left holding the bag, taking care of this child and struggling all their lives when they don't need to. You know, it's you yourself should know it's not easy being a single parent.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I'm assuming you're a single parent because I don't think you've ever mentioned anybody else. But if that
Yeah,
happened,
I think I brought it up before.
oh, okay, sorry. But yeah, like, and I mean, at a young age, it's very easy for that to happen. You know what I mean? So, anyways, but you're not young, are you? You're like what in your late 20s or early 30s?
Late 20s, yes,
Yeah.
almost 30.
Well,
But I'm not thinking about that.
yeah, I know. Don't. I only mentioned the 30s is because you look young, right? But because I find with a lot of Filipinos that like they don't age. They're like black people.
Yeah.
And so you could be like 39 and I wouldn't know it. I wouldn't be able to tell.
Yeah,
Yeah.
seriously. No, it's crazy because people think 30 is old. It's not old at all.
Mm-mm.
That's a crazy mindset to have.
No, you're just getting started in life.
Yeah.
But I mean, it really comes down to your effort and your like how your desire to achieve the goals that you want to achieve. Well, that's your effort, really. Because I guess my point in saying is like there's a lot of times where I see people that have become successful in their 50s and 60s. Do you know what I mean? And that's at a point where you think your life is over. And for some of these guys, their lives are just beginning. And so there's like I don't know. I feel like even though I'm 46, I feel like I'm 26.
Awesome.
Yeah, I try to act like I'm 26. You know what
No,
I mean?
that's what should be.
Hmm.
You know.
Age is just a
Like,
number in your, and you know what I mean. It's
yeah.
how you see yourself and your thoughts in your head. I believe determine your appearance and how long your life is. And so if you're always thinking negative or old or you know what I mean, things that are stressful, your life deteriorates faster.
Yeah, yeah. And especially when you have grandkids too.
You don't have grandkids. Well, no.
No, no, not yet. But no, I honestly I'm 27, right? And I actually do wish that I was younger when I got pregnant. Not too young,
Mm-hmm.
but just as a mother, like your life does get on a pause for a long while.
Mm-hmm.
And I do want a lot of energy when I have grandkids.
Yeah. No, that's true. And if you had them a few years earlier, you would be still younger. Because, like, I mean, what my mom's a grandma. She's in her 60s. So
Thanks, mine too.
yeah. I'm trying to remember when my mom had, like, she had kids at a young age. Like, I think she was,
their generation did.
yeah, like I think she was 17 when she had my first sister.
Oh,
Yeah, and then I have another sister that was given up for adoption. And that was because at that time, being a single mother with one kid was one thing, but being a single mother with two kids was another. And so it was, deemed by, I guess, my mom's family, that it was kind of like too much for her to handle at such a young age. So they pushed her or pressured her to give up my other sister up for adoption. So
in St. Lucia?
no, in Canada. My mom's actually Grenadian. She's from Grenada, so she's not from St.
That's
Lucia.
what you were talking about. Okay,
Yeah.
the other conversation. I'm like, I didn't know if like your cousins are Grenadian or something like that.
No, yeah, most of my cousins here, they're all on my mom's side. I don't have really any family up here in Canada on my dad's side. Although recently, what was crazy is this guy called me for Seamoss and turned out to be one of my cousins. And
No
like,
freaking way.
yeah,
In
and
Canada or
in the
like where is
States.
he?
He lives in the States. He lives in Florida. So he called me to order Seamoss, right? And he's kind of telling the story about, like, he's from St. Lucia and da 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 da. And I was like, oh, so, and I think he asked me what my name was. And I always, like, I'm fucked up like that. I never say my name is Julian. I'm always like Julian Jean Pierre. You know what I mean? Like, I give my whole. That's what it is. And so he was like, "What? What did you just say?" And I was like, "Julian Jean Pierre." And he's like, "Jean Pierre? You're Jean Pierre?" I'm like kind of like, "Oh, yeah." Like, he's like, "I'm a Jean Pierre," and that was when it hit me. Like, "What? You're a Jean? How are you a Jean? Where are you from?" Because there's only one Jean Pierre. So yeah, it turns out that he's like my cousin, and it's like what are the chances? You know what I mean? And so he was just starting on his CMOS journey. Like, this is like, it was his first order. So I hooked him up, and he's growing on the business, and I love seeing him. Like, I don't know, like when people ask like what's your why and why you do things, for me, I get my drug or my rush from watching me be a part of something that happened in your life, that someone's life that changed it. Like, I'm all about, what I mean, seeing that. So, you know what I mean, like things that happen that are life changing. So to watch him grow from not selling the CMOS to being this like happy guy selling his CMOS and trying these new things and putting out the content and, yo, CMOS fam, check this out. Da, da, da. Like, it's like I'm proud. I'm happy. Do you know what I mean? Because I kind of like, I was a part of that. You know what I mean? I did what I could to help them get to where they needed to go, and they're successful at it. Like, you know, I don't know. There's something powerful in being a part of someone's life, that like being able to affect someone's life in a way that changes the drastically.
Yeah, it's an amazing feeling. And then
Mm-hmm.
your cousin too at the end.
Yeah.
That was funny.
Yeah, no, and that was even more happier. You know what I mean? Because I wish there was more of my family involved in this. I'll be honest. I try to get all my family into doing this. I even put out like, we have a family group chat on WhatsApp. I even said, "Hey, anybody that wants to get in the business, let me know. Let's do it. Let's work together." Da 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 da. And a few people were interested, but a lot of them, they all came at it with this attitude, like, okay, like, how can we trust you, and why do you need us, kind of thing. You know what I mean? More like, kind of like, almost like looking at me like, okay, what is the catch? You know what I mean? And I'm kind of like, there's no fucking catch. Like, you bought it, you want to sell the CMOS, you make money. You know what I mean? And oh, how are we getting paid, and how are this that? And I'm just like, whoa, like, you know what, if we haven't even started the conversation and your attitude is coming from a place about protecting yourself to being getting scammed, it's like, I don't need that. You know, I'm doing you a favor. I don't need to do you this favor. You know what I mean? I could just sell the Seamoss to myself. You know what I mean? But you want family involved because you like it's part of that helping to change the life. But I don't know. I think sometimes people don't want to change their life.
Yeah, unfortunately,
Like
that's
they,
the difficult part.
yeah, they like the idea, they like the thought, but when it comes into saying, okay, well, this is the work you need to put in your life, it's like, let's see what's on Netflix.
Soap operas.
Yeah, it's like, oh fuck, you know.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, no, I totally feel the same way. And I mean, like, they would have the direct support too, and you are the link, you are the plug. So it's like,
Yeah.
what a great opportunity.
No, yeah, but I think sometimes they get like I had one cousin where it was just kind of like, well, what are you getting out of this? And I was like, wait, what do you mean? What am I
Wait,
getting?
do they not know like how you're doing and how much like do they know? It sounds like they don't know.
No one knows how big I really am in the CMOS
Oh,
industry.
that's crazy!
Well,
Wow.
at least not like my cousins or anybody like that. My brother does, right? And I guess my mom and that kind of have an idea. You know what I mean? But they're just like, oh, Julian's doing live streams and like,
Oh yeah, no, you don't seem like a person that would just like talk about those things anyways, like quote unquote brag.
yeah,
Or,
yeah, yeah.
or bring it up.
Yeah, I'm pretty humble when it comes to that kind of stuff. I'm not really throwing it in people's faces and stuff like
Yeah.
that, you know? So, you're the man, Julian. Who's saying that? I want to see who says that. I think the other day, someone I know tried to troll me on oh, it's Le Jour, um, on YouTube, and I'm pretty sure it was someone I know because it was like the things that they were saying to me. I was just kind of like, no one in their right mind would just come and do that to a stranger. Like I'm like, this guy has to know me, but then he wouldn't show his face. He came on the video, and anyways, trolls.
Oh, I think I missed that one, but I think I've seen a comment, the German one, I believe.
Uh huh.
I don't know if it's like a German.
The one with the Nazis, he comes on every once in a while. There's a guy
Oh,
who,
okay, that's a different.
oh, that's a different one. Okay, I don't know.
No, like you're talking about, that's different.
Huh?
Okay, no, because you're talking about like a person that you're sure that knows you, but they troll.
Yeah.
And then I thought it was like the Nazi person that
Yeah.
you're talking about.
No, but the Nazi person shows up every once in a while, but I usually block him very quick. Not sure why he shows up, but whatever. Some people, get that's what gets them going, gets them excited. But whatever. Yeah.
So are you working tomorrow? Like, are you?
Yep.
The weather.
Yeah, I'm gonna have no. I have to go. It is snowing quite a bit. Are you looking outside?
Yeah, it's been snowing over here about 2 hours ago.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like here it's gone like a centimeter or so, but it's just coming down lightly. I find it kind of crazy, like how all over North America it's snowing everywhere.
Yeah, that's freaking odd.
Yeah, that goes from like Atlanta all the way up to Canada, and I was watching a video clip earlier where they were kind of talking about how the next sort of stage in this conspiracy thing is that they're going to move away from the pandemic and they're going to start talking about these severe weather issues, and that's what we're going to start getting controlled by is these like weather problems that are going to cause disasters and shit like that.
Yeah, it friggin' sucks for the farmers, when I think about all of that. And I mean, like, that's been going on for, like, a good long while now. I'm like farmers are kind of losing a bit slowly each year.
Mm-hmm.
Even, like, I seen, like, a lady from Cali. She even did, like, the story that it was snowing a few weeks ago, which is, like, really odd as well.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Yeah,
you've heard of the thing called like the stuff with chemtrails and HARP and stuff like that?
yeah. Remember what they did to Texas with that all that snow?
No.
Yeah, it was like last year because like Texas is just trying to be like freak what they're trying to do. Like this is my state. Like these are my people. We're not trying to be with all that BS. So then like they they put it on him. It was like snowing like crazy. It was like a storm pretty much. I think it was hailing as well.
Yeah, I'd be curious to
Mistaken.
read more about that. Well, they have this thing in the North Atlantic or North, like it's either in Alaska or it's in the North Pole, and it's this big like antenna array called HARP, and it's supposed to stand for something. But people have speculated for a long time that they're using this device on the top of the world, to control the weather systems using like radio frequencies and shit like that. And that's where these chemtrails come in, because they're dropping aluminum fragments in the air, so that when this HARP thing's activated, you can use it to like create clouds or
Right.
snowstorms or all kinds of shit like that. Which is, it's pretty out there, but I mean, it's possible, you know.
Yeah, no, it's definitely like that's not a conspiracy at all. But I mean, for the sake of people that like don't believe in anything,
Uh,
yeah, it's definitely there. And then like it affects everything.
hmm
Like like we breathe that.
Yeah,
Like
with the aluminum fragments and stuff like that. But I always wondered, like, like these guys are already rich. They already have a good system in place. Why would they need more? Like, how much
yeah,
more do you really need? Like, you have control of the world. Do you know what I mean? Like, why would we need to start creating all these disasters and creating all this stuff? Like, let's just enjoy your life. You're fucking mega rich. No one's getting
yeah,
richer than you.
seriously.
You know what I mean? Like, no one's getting richer than the Rockefellers. It's just,
Yeah, frig man, their friggin' history was like big pharma, like the
hmm
medicine and like the oil industry. You know why though? It's because they're dying off.
maybe,
Yeah, so
maybe.
they're just like they're going hard and like they see that doing yoga or like little things like well, I don't want to call it a little thing, but meditating actually like raises our vibrations as well. Like even remember the breath work that you've been
hmm
doing as well. That's very powerful. That's
Huge.
very powerful, and they're realizing that we're starting to really, ever since this scamdemic happened, I've realized that like a lot of people are trying to go back to like our traditional ways, just a little bit more modern, and like a lot of technology. But we're really trying to implement like yoga now. We're trying to get into herbs. We're trying to get into our health,
hmm
um, and all that stuff. And like they fear that they actually do not want that because we're actually capable with like a lot. Like we're just not. We're like we can do more than just walking and running.
Oh
You
yeah,
know.
there's so much power that we have yet to understand or
Yeah.
utilize or develop control for. You
Yeah.
know.
So yeah, a lot of people are getting tapped in, and they just really don't want that, and that's kind of why they're bringing in like the whole metaverse shit.
Yeah, that
So
stuff is pretty crazy. The metaverse.
yeah,
But they've been trying to do this metaverse for fucking decades. Like ever since the internet first came out, there was this talk of this metaverse. They even had it. I used to do it. It was like the game was called like Second Life or something like that. And they had all these like kind of like virtual rooms that you would go into, and people that you would hang out with, and you know what I mean? Like,
like Sims.
yeah, like The Sims. You know what I mean? Um, it was around the time that just before they came out with this, and I think The Sims came off that idea of this thing called, whatever happened to that thing? Because it was like a huge movement called Second Life. You know,
Okay, I'm looking at it right now.
yeah, I'm googling it up. Second Life, internet.
Wow, no freaking way. I don't know if they updated it or if it was like this when you were on it.
Uh,
That's pretty crazy.
so, oh yeah, here's an article here. What can metaverse builders learn from Second Life? How old is this article? Second Life is a virtual world in 3 dimensions that you can enter through the internet. Users can travel around, talk or communicate with other users, buy land and houses, build parks, cars, parks, or any other object you can think of. You can go shopping, attend colleges, universities, or go to concerts and events. You can do almost anything you can do in real life. Second Life was created in 2003 by a San Francisco company named Linden Lab. Interesting. So say they've had this like Second Life like metaverse for the while. Like a lot of times we have shit that already there, but they just rebrand it and they call it something different. And so it's almost like now everybody's talking about the metaverse and it's all this because now these companies can make money off it.
Yeah.
And so and sometimes it's like you're learning about this not because this is an actual fad, but they're creating the fad in order for people to get on board to make to sell them shit.
Yeah, it sounds pretty familiar.
Yeah, it's just it's like the second word of commercialism. Here's a Facebook user who says, "Greed, greed, the Bible fulfilling itself, along with the politician upsetting the wrong people who are repaying Americans and others are suffering all over the world. Sadly, I just spoke of chemtrails and more tonight. It's all bananas." Yeah,
Yeah, it's just a small part of it, and then they blame it on the whole climate change thing.
yeah. It's all. Well, what are you gonna do? You know what I mean? That's
Yeah,
this.
that's why I just tell people just stay sane, meditate, do yoga, do whatever, and just be kind to people. Like it's so simple.
And I totally agree with you in that sense. It's like you need to develop techniques that help you like take you from out of being in the world, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah.
And so that you even though you're in this world, you're living outside of the world. Like that's how I see myself, right? I don't see myself the traditional like human or the way the traditional human sees the world. I see it differently and I do things differently and I get different results. You know what I mean? Like a lot of like my brother, my sister, and my mother, they all think I'm like crazy in a sense because the some of the shit that I do, they're just like, I can't believe that you did this. Like, look, I took like money from the stimulus from St. Lucia and turned it into this business, and now
Okay.
and now look what I'm doing.
Amazing.
Do you know what I mean? Like my whole life is now all about Seamoss and everything. You know what I mean? Like 2 years ago, you know what I mean? I was just starting to take Seamoss, and that's how like you know what I mean. When your spirit moves you or you feel this thing, I just go for it. Like I trust in God that He's going to make this path and make it available. Like if it's God's way, it's going to happen, and if it doesn't happen, then it wasn't meant to happen, but I need to try it to find out if it's going to happen or not. Like you have to do the work. Yeah, no one, no God, whether it's the God I serve or any God, is going to bless you with what you need if you don't do the work.
Right.
You know,
It's like the concept of like you can pray to your God all you want, but if you're not doing the work as well, or at least visualizing it on a daily, like that's like even just
and this is where even when you bring it into the CMOS business, if you're not doing the work to be a service to the business that you're selling to, it's like you're not going to do well in the business because you're not providing a value, you know what I mean, that shows people why they should choose you, or why they like, because they can spend their money anywhere. Like, why are they spending their money with you and not someone else? I can easily say why people are spending money with me and not somewhere else. Mostly it's because they like me. It's two, other than that, it's because of my transparency. And I think mostly it's because of my honesty. They can tell right away that it's like, if something is shit, I'm gonna tell you it's shit. I'm not gonna try and put, like, lipstick on a pig, you know what I mean, and try to get you to date it or whatever, whatever that saying is, what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah, true, and that's very rare to find as well.
Well, that's why I do it, because it's rare. If everybody was doing it, then I would have to find something else to do to stand out and be different.
Yeah, seriously.
You know what I mean? But when I took a look at the market, that was the one thing. No one's transparent. No one's showing what's really happening, you know what I mean, in the marketplace. No one's talking about it. Everybody's afraid. Or not everybody's afraid, but everybody wants to limit the information so that they can control the environment better.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I've learned, like, you just put it all out there. You know what I mean? You can't control the environment. Or in some ways, it's so much work to control the environment that it's not worth doing that. Like, I'd rather spend my time in other areas, you know? So I tell you the truth, and you pick it. You either pick me or you pick someone else. I'm okay with that. You know what I mean? I've dealt with rejection before, so I'm used to it. I got a thick skin, you know? But you just got to keep looking for new business, keep pushing, keep. Oh, so someone says, no lipstick on a pig, laugh out loud. You're sincere about your mission, Julian, and I respect you. I have respect for your service. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, I've been pretty open and honest about my purpose and mission in being in this space. You know what I mean? So, and I'm happy the way things are going. You know what I mean? Like, my life has changed dramatically. And I'd like to think my partner's life has changed dramatically. You know what I mean? I know I'm way happier now than I was before. Yeah. If there's one thing I think Seamoss has given me, it's definitely happiness. You know what I mean? Like, just taking it makes me feel good and happy. But to see the, um, what's the word I'm looking for? The things that we've been able to accomplish, the things that we've done, you know what I mean, the people that we've helped, that we've influenced, you know what I mean, that we've supported, it's like all that is like it's just one big giant blessing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like nothing can top that, eh?
Yeah. And I feel like the more we keep doing work to help these people of St. Lucia, the more we're going to start getting blessed, and like it's like the blessing is never going to end. You know what I mean? So I'm really excited to see what the future is going to hold for
Yeah.
the Royal St. Lucian Seamoss Company. You know?
Yeah, I forgot. I'd love to move there.
Yeah, you should even come and visit sometime.
Right.
You know what I mean? You could probably bring your son. You know what I mean? Or would you bring your son, or would you go? You need to get some vacation time on your own, right?
No, I'd have to bring him, and I'd love to bring him as well.
True. It might be a good experience for him to learn. Like, I remember that, like, my whole entrepreneurial spirit, my whole business like interest in being my own, like working for myself and stuff, all came from my trip going to St. Lucia as a child. My first time being there, I was 10 years old, and it like blew my mind how the world worked there, because I was just so used to the way Canada was, you know what I mean, and how life was in Canada. And then I go down there and it's like, well, in Canada, what I knew was everybody worked for someone else. You know what I mean? You what you got your skills or whatever. You got a job and you worked for someone and you got paid. Well, down there, everybody worked for themselves. Barely anybody worked for anybody. You know what I mean? And you had your own restaurant or your own this, and you know what I mean? Like they didn't even have to go containers there when I went there. So you went to a restaurant, you ordered the food, you couldn't leave with the food. Yeah, you had to sit there and eat the food and then leave the plate there. And that was what blew my mind too. Was this they were all takeout places, but they all had plates. You know what I mean? And like you couldn't you bought a pop from the store, you couldn't leave the store with the pop. You had to go bring the pop back. Even now to this day, like certain stores, you can't you have to like agree to them that you're going to return the bottles to them for the deposit. Like there's no bottle deposit like we have here.
Oh, okay. See, I kind of like that idea. Like, let's say if it was just like plastic, right? Instead of like throwing away the plastic, and then because that's what we do back home. Like, if you were to buy Coke, they would put it in a plastic bag, and then they'll just give you a straw. So you just drink it from like the plastic bag, a small plastic bag.
Oh, well, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So hey, I heard you guys actually partnered with the United Nations, something about like making sure that your guys' oceans are much more cleaner, like less plastic going out or something like that.
Probably what they've done in St. Lucia is they've banned plastics. And so all the takeaway containers are all have to be compostable.
Yeah, exactly.
Hmm. No, they're pretty good in their environment down there, and even just like their overall like there's areas that are like dirty, or I wouldn't say dirty, areas where people are dumping garbage. You know what I mean? But for the most part, they're clean people. The town is very clean. The oceans and the beaches are fairly debris free. The waters are clean. You know what I mean? It's a good country. Really, like the one thing you'll love is the environment, like the virginness of the island. Like it's very untouched, unspoiled. You know what I mean? There's not a lot of development going on there, and I think that's one of the things that scares them the most. Is this, there's always this talk of investments and people coming in and developing these areas and stuff like that, and a lot of people just want to keep it the way it is.
Yeah, sure. And honestly, like, in my own opinion, I know like they need a little bit of like some sort of like income too for the economy, but it's so much better just keeping it this way. Because look at all the other countries. The more like contracts they do, it's just like at the end, it's not really for the people anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't see you guys going through that route.
Yeah, well, I think it's important for the next few years that St. Lucia puts a lot of emphasis on developing non-tourist related projects. Me personally, I feel they invest too much at this point into tourism, and it's sort of like it's not the best way for how do we say it? It doesn't create the best opportunities for St. Lucians. You know what I mean? We become a country of employees to these companies that are coming in and taking advantage of their tourist offerings. Like I think there needs to be more done to develop and support local island base hotels and companies to put them on the same level as a Sandals or I don't know what other big name is on that island. I know Sandals has the biggest chain of, like they have something like 5 resorts on that island. Sandals. It's crazy, and I don't know. I think we spend too much time like trying to support this tourism when we have this beautiful island with so many um like our soil and our vegetables and our food is amazing. Like we have like a great art agricultural industry that we could develop, but we got too focused on bananas, and now we're too focused on tourism, and they need to. I believe that they need to move away from that and start focusing more on creating opportunities for like independent. Because the one thing I've learned about the St. Lucian people is they're extremely intelligent. Like they are smarter than they realize, and they have a strong work ethic, and they love their independence, and so I guess my point is like they they strive, they're more happy to be a business owner and chart their own destiny than to be someone who has to work for a company. And
Okay.
we need to do more things in that country to push that, because I think given the opportunity, these guys and the right marketing and stuff like that, these guys will do well in business. You know, like that there's a guy on the island there. He made like one of the first bio, like it's the first fertilizer made from Seamoss, or sea, like it's made from Sagassum seaweed, and it's like like highly respected, like great product, but not a lot of people know about it because he doesn't have the means and the ability to really promote and market this product.
Sorry, what's it called again?
It's called let me look it up. I think it's called Alagas or something like that. Alagas.
Meet St. Lucia's first indigenous biotech company on Forbes,
Yes.
2019.
So look at that. Like he made the Forbes list on this tech biochemical company. Do you know what I mean? And these guys have a lot of great ideas and products like that. We just invested in a company, or not a company, but a guy. We're going to form a company on it where he developed what was it, like a biodegradable degreaser that they're currently selling to the government, to use in the situations where there's like car accidents and stuff, and so there might be like an oil spill or a chemical spill, and so because you're on an island, and the soil and everything it's like a sensitive, everything's environmentally sensitive. Yeah,
Right.
that to have this product that's like environmentally friendly and stuff, it's a big deal, right? But this guy had the means and the ability to develop this product, but he couldn't get it to market because he needed a certain amount of money to buy the raw material. Like he had the contract in hand, ready to get paid for it, but couldn't get paid because he didn't have the means to get the raw materials to get it started. Yeah, so we were like, here's the money to go get the raw materials, and you know what I mean. Let's secure that contract, get paid, and let's talk about how we can develop these other products and market them. And so
Okay, yeah, I'm looking at his page right now. So they get this seaweed from other places then, or like you guys have it too.
I think they get it from and so this company is different than the company I just talked to, that I'm talking about. These guys that are doing the fertilizer with the Seamoss, they're
Yeah,
using Sagassum.
yeah, yeah. Or yes, like that.
Yeah, and so that Sagassum is like everywhere
Okay.
in St. Lucia. Like it just rolls up on the beach. It's it's pretty crazy stuff, and it smells like horrible when it decomposes. I'm just going to share the screen so people know what we're talking about here.
Oh, okay. So it has like those pot. Well, it's not necessarily pods. I guess you can call them pods, like the circle, like the bubbles, the pockets.
Uh-huh. You mean the little pellets?
Yeah.
Where are you seeing that?
On Google, the sargassum.
Oh, the sargassum. Yeah, so it has those little air pods or little the thing. Sargassum
Like
is
bladder.
yeah, like bladderwrack. Sargassum is like a stain in the ocean. It's really bad. Um, besides, yeah, so I'm trying to look it up. Yeah, besides, it's smelling really bad when it decays. It it has these big plumes, these big sort of like piles that can like literally choke areas in the water, and so fish get caught up in it, and they a lot of fish die and shit like that. Animals suffer. This stuff is really bad for the sea moss too. Like we try to avoid this getting near the sea moss because it can actually weigh, like if a big bunch of it gets caught up in the sea moss, it can weigh the sea moss down and help break it off the lines. You know.
Yeah, I can totally see it. It's like a blockage. That's like their part.
Yeah, huge blockage it turns out. And the stuff when it decomposes on the beach, it smells like shitty rotten eggs. Yeah, it's horrible, and it's hard to move and clean. There's even when we first started to work on the farm, the whole beach had like a good 10 feet of sagassum that you had to wade through before getting into the water. And especially when it was decomposing and stuff, it was all through of like, sand flies and all this other fucking shit, insects and stuff. It was really gross going through it. You know what I mean? And it just stank. Ugh. I'll never forget that. But what was crazy is like 2 weeks later, the water currents just took all the sagassum and it was gone.
Wow.
Yeah, like one day we came to the beach and the beach was clean, like as if like the sagassum was never there. And imagine it was like a 2 foot pile that was going out, 2 foot high pile that was probably about 10 to 15 feet wide, and then one day it was all gone, like every trace of it.
Mother Nature doing its work.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And that's something that I've always pointed out with the water currents in St. Lucia. They're always removing debris from the shoreline and taking it away from the island. You know, so
Yeah, no, this is really good information because a lot of like my buyers, like they don't really know St. Lucia like that. Well, I mean, like they know that you guys have clean waters, but like for you to tell me all of this where I can like explain things more in depth and like why you guys have clean waters, it's pretty good.
But you can also Google it and get more, because I'm giving you sort of like the Coles notes, but there's lots of documentation that talks about the waters around St. Lucia and the volcano, and it's like another people don't realize is that we have like in that volcano we have like a spring that's constantly spewing out mineral rich water into our ocean. You know what I mean? That's something I think a lot of people don't realize. It's like we're like it's so much minerals on that island. That island is like so fertile. You know what I mean? Even in the like the the like you could throw a seed anywhere and shit would just start growing. Like that's how fertile the land is. Even in the most crappiest you know check this out. Fucking guys. I got this guy on. I don't know how to delete the comment, but you know those herpes guys.
Yeah, I see it. This Abraham one.
Yeah, like what the. And what confuses me, like I was saying this earlier, like, do these guys actually sell their product? Like, how many people go and buy from Dr. Oregon?
Yeah, it seems like it's just the affiliate type of thing, like referral. I mean, they probably don't even use it.
Well, that's a good point. I never thought about that. That these are actually referral, because I've never clicked the links. Right? I'm not clicking those fucking links. Like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? But now you've made me think. Like, maybe I should click the link and see
It's going so hard.
see if it takes you to the same thing. Because I never thought about that being like an affiliate link and how that would differ.
Well, I mean, like them just like promoting it. Like, let's say we do fall for it, and we're like, yeah, okay, I'm interested, and they probably get like a little bit from the sale.
True. And I mean, honestly, it's a numbers game. That's why these guys are flooding, the everywhere they can. It's like if they put 1,000 links out, all they need is 5 people to respond. You know what I mean? And they've made some decent money.
Yeah.
At least that's the thought. So, what happened here? Something's wrong with my computer. I hate when this happens sometimes. The mouse not working.
Are you actually clicking it?
I clicked it, yeah. And so it took me to a Facebook page. And look, now my computer's like,
Yeah. Oh no.
motherfucker. I think that was the problem. It's like ever since I touched this, it was like issues.
But it's a Facebook link anyways, so I guess it's not. It shouldn't be anything.
It's a Facebook link. They have some chick on it. And then it says this page create awareness of how powerful herbs are to help people to get rid of diseases permanently. So 912 people like it, 1,000 people follow it. They're really responsive to their messages. And I guess that's it. Like, it's a numbers thing. They get, so many people seeing it that, you know, they get a buyer. Someone buys it. Genital herpes is a family of viruses that causes infection in human. It is caused by herpes simplex virus. Symptoms of anal herpes include don't want that. Yeah, I guess some people probably do have herpes, and they're probably like, "Shit, like what can I lose?" You know what I mean?
No, it's true. You know that lady that I sent you, the iridologist from Heal with Ginger DeClue?
Yeah.
Yes, most of her clients have herpes.
Really?
Actually, yeah, herpes, cysts, fibroids. Yeah, you name it, and they pass parasites. They pass their fibroids. They pass like their these bumps that we get on our body, and yeah, and the thing about her client is that like they would share, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's their partner. It's like they have a partner and they're just like giving it back to each other. It's either they got it from themselves or like they got it from their partner, and it's like they're currently like still like sleeping with each other, right? Like being intimate. So it's like never ending. So going back and forth with each other.
Well, I think once you get it, it's there. Like once you have herpes, you have herpes for life. That was my understanding.
Some of them say that it does go away, like for like a year or something. And yeah.
I always thought once you have it, you have it for life, and it's like having a cold sore. You know what I mean? It just comes and goes depending on how stressed out you are or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, yeah, it is what it is. But you're really a night owl, eh? When do you get sleep?
Frig, man, I can't do anything during the day. Like whenever I write, like whenever I get orders, like local orders, and like let's just say like I'm so tired, I'm falling asleep early tonight, which is like once in a while. And then during the day, I do all of my stuff. Sometimes I write on the back of my business cards to put in the orders. And holy frig, this guy is just constantly jumping on me. Like I can't do shit.
A lot of attention, yeah. Well, that's going to be the hard part when you go to separate yourself from him. There's going to be a lot of separation anxiety and stuff like that. Like, I had another girlfriend of mine who was like that with her kids. She was always with them, to the point where if she left the room, like she couldn't leave them in one room and go into another room, they would lose their mind.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but I guess she's always got company when she wants it, you know what I mean? But she can never go anywhere or really do anything because, like you, she's very apprehensive about who she leaves her kids with.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not sure if it's more of a diet, but I know it's a lot about how she wants to control like what they learn and how they learn, and she wants to make sure she reduces like any sort of situations of trauma that could give them a bad experience, like I don't know, something that they could carry with them when they're adults and stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like it's more for what, like, especially that it's when they're a little bit older, when they're like, I don't know, probably like 8 years old, 9 years old, to really look out for that. That's just my opinion.
Interesting. Yeah. So
it's just the stages, the different stages. They just grow out of things so quickly. I feel like right now, this age,
yeah, they move quickly. Like you're in the threes before you know it, the kid's gonna be like 5. And then, excuse me, then after a while, they you start getting dissed. You know what I mean? They just like get away from me. I guess it's different for mothers and their sons, but as a father with a daughter, when they started hitting puberty or like just before that, they became very like, don't touch me, don't come near me, kind of thing. Like I couldn't get hugs, I couldn't get kisses, none of that, So
I hear that a lot.
Yeah. So someone here is saying, "Good night, you two. It was a pleasure. See you in a few days." I should actually start winding this down soon, only because I have a lot of orders to do tomorrow, and I'm just starting to get caught up on all. I'm just taking a quick look at my orders now, on all the orders that like I had a lot of backlog from Christmas, and there was a lot of unhappy people because their orders were taking longer than expected. And so I'm just starting to get caught up now. And yeah, I need to get rid of, clear a lot of these orders out and get them on top. So I think I'm going to wind down and, or maybe call it a night now because it is 2:30. And
I'm kind of surprised, because I'm just gonna be here.
Yeah. No, I get it, and I appreciate that, the company, and you know what I mean, just the conversation. You're always cool to talk to, and so yeah. But I need to get my beauty sleep so I can get up early, and I have a lot of work to do tomorrow, with orders and just I don't know. I really want to push some sales tomorrow, so I think I'm going to get on the phone and just start calling up people and working out deals. So if you're watching this video and you know you're going to buy some CMOS soon, I really suggest you hit me up because now's the time to get good pricing. I'm feeling really generous in my life nowadays. Mhm. So yeah, I think I'm gonna get going. Thanks, Maria, for hanging out, and hopefully you have time on Wednesday to come back, and we'll continue this conversation.
Alrighty.
All right.
Alright, have a great day.
All right. You too. Take care. Good night. Oh, I hate ending these shows. Like I always feel like, oh, I give it 5 more minutes, but I really need to get consider my health and the amount of sleep I get because it affects my productivity if I'm too tired during the day. So thank you all those that stayed like so late. It's 2:30 in the morning. Well, we've done this almost 5 hours of talking about CMOS. And so, thank you so much for coming on the journey with me. And I look forward to seeing you guys back again on Wednesday. Please try to bring some questions or even a topic to talk about. You know what I mean? Um, from those who've watched our previous lives, you know that there's no I don't want to say no topic that we won't talk about because I'm sure there is, but like we just go all over the place. There's no sort of boundaries that we have when it comes to talking to CMOS and um there's I'd really like to see what people's thoughts are, what information they're looking to learn or want to know. And it doesn't just have to be directly centered around CMOS. It could be related to the business of CMOS, the marketing of CMOS, um, all that. That's one of my sort of, I guess, skills and strong points that I had. I'm very good at building and developing markets, and so I'm happy to answer questions on how I see, how I feel is the best way to develop markets in CMOS, or even to look at your business and kind of critique it and say, okay, this is what I think you should change, or yeah, have you thought about adding this and stuff like that. That I'd love to see more people come on and allow me to sort of discuss their, just kind of brainstorm on business ideas and stuff. Even tonight, we were supposed to have the guys from CGI, Cardinal Green Institute, to come in and talk about their business and what they're doing, and just hear the different perspectives of like different suppliers. Fortunately, that didn't happen. Not because of their fault, mainly my fault, which I'm going to try and address in the future. See, in the Caribbean, the time is about an hour ahead. So even right now, it's like 3:30 in the morning, whereas here, my time, it's 2:30. And so I was supposed to try and start the show earlier so that he could be on it and it wouldn't go too late for him. And I unfortunately I got caught up with too much work and I wasn't able to finish it on time to let him know. So, CGA guys, I'm really sorry that you couldn't come on today, but let's try to reschedule it and have you guys come on next Wednesday. I think it'd be really valuable to those um, that tune in and watch the show to see how your business runs and how you see the CMOS industry from your perspective, you know, and yeah, and maybe you get some business out of it. You promote to some people and they might see what you got and how you do things and want to do business with you. So yeah, let's end it now before start talking about something else, which is typical of me. And I will see you guys next Wednesday. Thank you so much. And don't forget to take your CMOS. Have a good day.